Alu. El Shaddai, and the Malay Motelu, Agabami, Scott Babiako, Takwados, Shemeka Kwados, Baru Shemeka, Olamwae, Shamu Days, Israel, Shabbat, La Sota, Shabbat, La Yota, Hamadi Ola, Beni, Beni, Israel, Otilola, Kisha, Shemaka, Masa, El Shaddai, Shemaim, where Alex, Mayum, Mashbi, Shabbat, Waina Flash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeleka, Baruch Tarateka, Baruch Kedushateka, El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Yulok, L'Olam Raeh, Baruch Shem Kabor Malchuto L'Olam Raeh, Baruch Kabor Rahim Ingumo Melech Elyon, Baruch L'Olam Raeh. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Had someone ask me a question, and I didn't downgrade them because of their question, because they didn't know. Right. See, we can't downgrade people for questions that they ask that they have no knowledge of.
Right.
So they're gonna ask questions. So this person asked me a question. He said, why do we uplift King David when he did what he did? See, the book shows us that we're dealing with mortal men.
Right.
We're dealing with men.
Flesh.
We're dealing with flesh. Okay? We're dealing with flesh. But the key question is, what did he do after he violated the commandments of God?
Right.
What was done after he violated the laws of God? After Nathan put that parable before him, he said, that man shall die. He said, the poor man had one little ewe lamb. The rich man had many flocks, but he saved to take from his own flock, and he took from the poor man's flock. King David said, that man shall die. He said, you know what was the reason why he shall die? He said, because he had no pity. He didn't have a heart. And because that man didn't have a heart, to have a heart, you have to actually see the person's outcome, predicament. What you say? Their situation. That's called empathy.
That's right. That's right.
To do these laws, commandments, and statutes, you need to have empathy. You can't do these laws without empathy.
Right.
So King David looked and said, that man shall die. Nathan the prophet looked and said, thou art the man. See, sometimes in order for a person to see their violation, you have to put it in the way that they can see, that can understand, using someone else. Then they will condemn it and they'll say, man, you did the same thing. Then you will see that you did the same thing. So as King David lived on with the rest of his life, he lived this rest of his life in guilt, repentant. And this is the way we all should be living our life.
Right.
In guilt, in repentant mode. Okay? Because Let me explain something. Guilt are stirred up feelings of regret. Guilt are stirred up feelings of regret. When you have the feelings of regretting of what you've done, but I have to acknowledge first in order to regret what you did. If I don't acknowledge my fault, then I'm not going to regret it. Then I'm not going to feel sorry. Okay? Stirred up feelings of regret, responsibility of what you have done wrong. It's a self-conscious emotion that involves negative evaluation of yourself. I said that involves negative evaluation of yourself. So when you are evaluating yourself, you know what it takes to evaluate yourself? You're looking for faults that are against what God said. Anything negative that is against what God said, when you find it, you are determined to correct it by using the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. Okay? So there are two types of guilt: reactive guilt, anticipatory guilt. Reactive guilt occurs when a person commits an act that after the fact strikes them as unkind or having had a negative impact. It's a reaction to what you have done wrong. Okay? Now I said unkind. What does kind mean? What does it mean to be unkind? Okay, so what does kind mean? Kind means to have sympathetic nature. Sympathetic nature is when you feel for others. I said a sympathetic nature is when you can feel for other situation. When you can feel for what this person is going through. So when that person is going through whatsoever the person is going through, I let things pass. You ain't got to tell me I'm going through this, so that's why I voiced this. No, you won't say that. You know what? I'm not going to hold this against you. Because I realize that you're going through this, you're going through that, this is happening, that's happening, that's happening. I said, you know what? I'm going to let that pass. That's righteousness. That's godliness. Unkind means a forbearing nature. No, kind also means a forbearing nature. Being patient. Showing sympathy towards other people, especially when they have done wrong. Especially when they are wrong. But you still... Okay, so the definition of anticipatory guilt. Anticipatory guilt occurs when an individual knows that an act that they are going to commit or considering to commit might have a negative outcome. What you do and what you said might cause this to happen. What you did and what you said might cause the other to happen. But we don't think like that. We don't move like that. We do and say regardless of the outcome of what brings it. We're going to go into Numbers. Numbers chapter 15. All right? Guilt is an emotional experience that manifests in response to ones that committed an action, having a thought. Guilt is expressed through words, deeds, and demonstrations. Apologies and acts of kinds that are meant to counteract your negative actions or changes in behavior. Guilt is tied. So therefore, when you're guilty and when you have acknowledged your fault, you're supposed to be moving different. You're supposed to be moving different. And it's going to show in your actions. It's going to show in your speech. It's going to show how you walk. Guilt is tied to empathy, pushing a person to look beyond themselves and consider that person's situation by handling it accordingly. Empathetic guilt is feeling overly sorry for someone being able to understand and share the feelings of others and what the person is going through, see things from their point of view, and imagine yourself in that position. Now I can consider how I'm going to deal with this situation. Now I will choose my words because I have put myself in that person's predicament. We don't do that. And these are the things that God is looking for. These are the things that God is looking for. So therefore, let's go. Numbers chapter 15.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when you be coming to the land of your habitations, which I give
verse 22, I'm sorry. Numbers chapter 15, verse 22.
And if ye have erred, and not observed all these commandments, the Lord had spoken unto Moses.
And if ye have erred. What do you mean by that? Now, the word for erred is shagah. Tishku. The root word is shagah. It means if you have sinned through error, if you have violated the commandments through error or by mistake, which means I didn't know. It was unknowingly. And we're dealing with a God that recognizes that we are but flesh. God has realized and recognized that we are only flesh. So in Genesis 6, he said, I will not punish. I will not strive with man in his error. I will not strive with man in his error, for he is but flesh. See, even God got a heart.
That's right.
Even God got pity and compassion. And God realized and recognized that at the day, that very same day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that we, mortal men, was going to be inclined towards wickedness. That it was going to come a point in time where we will violate the laws of God presumptuously. We will violate the laws of God knowingly. We will violate the laws of God in error. So now let me correct that now. This is only talking about in error. Because this is what people think. I don't want you to, I said that because I want to point out the difference.
Right.
The only time God will not punish you or strive with man is because it has to be in error. It has to be in error. You didn't know you was in violation of the laws and the commandments of God. But when we sin presumptuously, knowingly, we cut ourselves off. But there's still a time where we can come back from that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there's a time that we can come back from that. If God can forgive King David for what he did, you don't think he could forgive you? It just takes drastic measures. King David took drastic measures. King David wrote those Psalms most of the time when he was on the run, running from his own son. Why? Because God has stirred up trouble within his house because he slept with Uriah the Hittite's wife. Then he sent the letter by the hand of Uriah, and Uriah was so loyal that he didn't even read the letter. Gave Joab his own death note. Uriah was a hell of a man, man. He was loyal. That man was loyal. Loyal to Joab, loyal to the king. But do you know what's the key to this right here? Because of the righteousness of King David. Because he had a heart like God. Because he seen things the way God seen it. Because he felt the way God felt. The Most High sent Nathan the prophet and told him, he said, hey, he said, don't worry, King David, thou shalt not die. He said, you ain't going to be charged for that violation. You hear that, man? So who are we to talk against the king?
Uh,
Who are we to talk against King David?
yeah.
He's the example to follow.
That's right.
He was a pace setter and the example of what to do when you are at fault with God.
There you go. There you go.
Don't forget, you had the Spirit of the Lord upon him.
See, these men that we read about teaches us how to get back in favor with God.
Yes.
Right.
And because of this, King David stayed at that. After that, he didn't violate no more law. He didn't mess up no more.
Nope.
I told you he remained a guilty conscience.
That's right.
And by keeping that guilty conscience is what kept him on track with God.
That's the key.
Because he stayed on himself.
That's the key.
You say, man, we're supposed to remain on ourselves, and we all should be guilty before God because we all have done things presumptuously, knowing that we will be at fault. We will be offending God, but we walk around here
With an S on our chest.
with an S on your chest.
Superman.
We walk around here with an S on our chest. Every last one of us should be walking before God in humility
The H.
Right.
and meekness. And that's the frame of mind, and that's the mentality and the frame of mind I'm putting myself to. Which means by you being humble and walking in humility before God, you ain't gonna never have a raunchy spirit.
Right.
You ain't gonna never be lifted up.
Right.
You ain't gonna never exalt yourself because you have the humility to bring you down before God because you are guilty before him. When you have sinned through error, inadvertently, unwittingly means without knowledge. Inadvertently means without knowledge or intent. Let's go, man.
If ye have erred and not observed all these commandments, which the
And if
Lord
ye
hath
have
spoken,
erred and not observed what?
all
These commandments.
Uh-huh.
Joshua and Caleb, God said, only Joshua and Caleb I will accept. Because they followed me wholly, completely. When we have made our mind up to serve God, we have to cover all aspects. All surroundings must be covered. I had an opening at a point in time in my life. Yeah, I had an opening. I'm talking about me. And sometimes my opening or your opening could be the person you're dealing with.
Causing a breach.
That's causing the breach in your spirit. And then your judgment will be clouded.
That's right. That's true.
Your judgment and your feelings and everything is clouded. Why? Because you love her.
Know that. That's right.
You have allowed your heart to go out for a person that don't love God.
Oh.
You have allowed your heart to go out for a person that don't love your God.
Oh.
So now, because of that, I had left a breach. That's what caused the breach. And that can cause a breach in your spirit.
That's right.
Let's read.
Verse 23, even all that the Lord hath commanded you by the hand of Moses, from the day that the Lord commanded Moses, and henceforward among your generations.
From the day that the Lord had commanded Moses. You know what day he's talking about? Huh? Do you know that day? It ain't talking about this day.
No.
son.
Huh? It's talking about that day. That dreadful day.
That's right.
Where the Spirit of God came down and incinerated the whole mountain range. Moses come down to talk to the people. Said what he had to say. Then he went back into the darkness where God was. And well, that wasn't no regular darkness. That was that darkness compared to be from the beginning. That was a type of darkness that you couldn't penetrate. You couldn't even see through. The fire, listen, The fire that penetrated the mountain couldn't penetrate that darkness. Couldn't see through it. Go ahead.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance,
If aught be committed by ignorance,
without the knowledge
without the knowledge of the congregation,
that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering.
that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for what?
For a burnt offering.
For a burnt offering. Okay. Burnt offerings. And when they did the burnt offering, it's the entire animal was burnt on the altar.
That's correct.
Which means, and what symbolizes which means total commitment or surrender to God. I said total commitment or surrender to God. Right? And that burnt offering
Take time.
it was a soothing aroma for sin that we committed through ignorance to pacify the wrath of God, to calm down. Huh? Go ahead.
For a sweet savior unto the Lord, with his meat offering,
With
his
his-
drink offering, according to the manner, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering. Verse 25. And the priest shall make an atonement for
And
all
the priest shall make an
congregation.
atonement. We don't have a priest no more to make these atonements. We don't have a priest no more to pacify God's anger by acceding to his demands. You see how you pacify? The only way to pacify God is by acceding to his demands. Acceding means to agree. Acceding means to agree. It means to submit. So we have to agree. You're not going to submit to nothing you don't agree with. So before you submit, you got to agree first. I said, before you submit yourself to God, you have to agree first. Then, because there's steps and stages in doing this, we have to agree first. After we agree, then submittance will come after. To atonement is to expiate an offense or a fault, to make atone for. And when you're pacifying the anger of God, it means to put an end to the anger of God. To expiate an offense means make amends or reparation for. To make amends means to make better or to improve. Reparation means making amends for a wrong, one has done. But before we make amends, we have to recognize our fault. We must be able to recognize our fault, because if we don't recognize our fault, you're not going to make the necessary corrections to be better before God. Like I said last night, we have to listen without being defensive.
Right.
Sometimes it has to come to your mind to say, well, maybe I may be in violation if I do this. I may be in violation if I do this. We don't do that. Go ahead.
And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them.
And this shall be forgiven them. Okay? What do you mean by forgiven? The word forgiven is salak. Salak means to pardon, and it shall be pardoned. To pardon means to the action of forgiving for an error or offense.
Give them room to apologize.
Okay? The action of forgiving for an error or offense. What you said?
Gives them room.
So they go ahead. It gives what?
It gives the person.
It
room
gives
to
the
apologize.
person room to apologize.
Show that they're sorry.
But sometimes when you give a person room to apologize, they don't.
They don't.
Why? Because they're stubborn. and pride has gotten in the way. And when pride is in the way, you're not going to acknowledge your faults. Pride has gotten in the way and it has blocked you from acknowledging your faults. See, something I was talking with Prince Zachariah. When we do wrong, or when we violate a commandment of God, or when we violate each other, sorry just don't cut it.
No.
Sorry don't cut it.
No.
I apologize. I'm sorry. What are you doing to make repairs?
Okay.
I have to do something to show that I'm sorry.
Right.
When I violate the laws and the commandments of God, I have to take heed, meaning to improve or to be better. So in order to improve or to be better, I have to, what am I going to do to show God that I'm sorry? Are you going to set up an oath? Are you going to sacrifice yourself? Oh, Lord God, because I violated this, I'm going to do this here. And I will do this for the rest of my life for that violation that I've done before your face.
Right. There go that guilt. Supposed to be.
That's called a guilty conscience, man. Okay? Forgiving means stop feeling angry. When you are forgiving a person, why do we continue to be angry?
I'm the one forgiving that person.
I'm forgiving you. Why the one forgiving you is still angry? You ain't forgiven.
That's right.
May I forgive you? There's actions that comes when a person forgives. I cannot continue to be angry or resentful towards someone for an offense, flaw, or mistake. If you truly forgave me, you will not continue to be resentful and angry.
It's true.
That's right.
I learned that. And I ain't learned that until I looked up the word. Because as I went on in life, I always said, all right, man, I forgive you. And then sometimes I would bring it back up. I would bring it back up and throw it in the person's face. But as time go on, God shows me. Why God showed, because you have to have that determination to serve God. You got to have the determination to be better before God. For in order for God to show you certain things, to tell you, you shouldn't be like that. Don't be like that.
Yeah.
You forgive someone, leave it alone. If you ain't forgave him, okay, continue talking, whatever. But the person forgiven is only doing that person
They
good.
the one that benefit.
They the one that benefits.
One that forgive.
The one that forgives. All right? Now, we walk around here like we perfect. Like we good.
Flawless.
Like we flawless. But like I said last night, the human race is blemished. The human race is flawed from the day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. We are flawed. And because of that, we will be more inclined towards evil and wickedness. But you got to correct it. You have to correct it, and you can't correct it violating the laws presumptuously. Because to correct a flaw or blemish that is in you, you need God. You need God.
Right.
There's no way you're going to correct yourself or be better without God.
That's right.
Right.
That's right.
People go on in their lives like they're perfect. I'm a good man. I'm a good woman. But that good man and that good woman don't serve God. So therefore, how is your ways compatible to God's ways? That's the question that we all should be asking each other. Ourselves, not each other, ourselves. How can I get my ways compatible to God's ways? Give me a paper towel, please.
Yeah. There's no people calling it.
How can I get my ways compatible to God's ways? That's the question. Do we ask ourselves these things?
No.
These are questions that we need to ask ourselves. These are questions that we need to ask ourselves. The women need to ask themselves that, because there are ways that a woman should be to be accepted by God.
True.
That's why most of these women, they didn't need their husbands to inquire of God. Sometimes the angel will skip the man
And press the woman.
and go and approach the woman.
Lord's wife.
Why? Because her ways was acceptable before God.
That's right.
So has it ever crossed your mind to say, well, wow, if these women was this way or one way, wouldn't it be wise for me to be like that?
That's right.
Wouldn't it be wise to accept what
Yeah.
that woman accepted?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be wise to denounce and disagree with what she disagreed with? Mother Sarah,
There you go.
Rebecca inquired of God and asked her and said, why am I thus?
Yeah.
She was pregnant with twins. They didn't have no sonogram to look in her stomach to tell her that she had twins.
Okay.
Huh? But the utmost trust is when you're going through something, you turn to God.
That's
right.
That's the utmost trust. She said, man,
Right.
this woman here, she trusted me.
Huh.
Before she even went to the hospital, she beat her face and put on some sackcloth and start praying before God. She believed God.
Yeah.
And she believed that there's an answer that comes. That's going to come. God's going to answer me because I believe.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Raquel, Leah, some godly woman, man. Those some top level woman. Eve
Right.
only messed up one time in her life, and she messed up in her innocence.
Yeah.
I said she messed up in her innocence.
Right.
Eve was innocent, man. Kawa.
Right.
In Hebrew it is. Eve was innocent.
Mhm.
Eve wasn't no liar
No.
That's right.
because she didn't know what lying was.
That's right.
I said Eve was not a liar because she
Right.
did not know what lying was.
They know about that.
She didn't realize that she lied and that she got tricked until she ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That was after. That's what the tree of knowledge of good and evil does. It opens your eyes to general view.
That's right.
It opens your eyes to be aware
Yeah.
of what is good and what is evil. Opening your eyes, giving you the choice to
Yeah.
choose.
Yeah.
Now you can choose because you're aware. You are aware. Eve wasn't a wicked woman.
No.
Eve wasn't a liar.
Make it clear.
Adam, he messed up one time eating from that tree of knowledge of good and evil. Once. And that was in his innocence.
Right.
After that, he didn't violate God's law.
Right.
If you could sit down with Adam right now,
Oh, man.
he would tell you some things
Oh,
that he saw before he got tainted by eating and messing with that tree.
yeah, he's connected.
Man, he said, man, I heard the voice of God.
Yeah.
He said, I heard your voice
Yeah.
walking in the cool of the day. He said, I was naked, so I hid myself. How in the world you can be able to perceive when God is approaching? When you're able to detect when God is approaching, you know how close Adam was with God then? In spirit. He was more connected spiritual than the physical.
Yes. There we go.
He was more connected with the spiritual than the physical. That's why he was able to perceive when God is coming. He was more inclined to spiritual. He was able to perceive when the angels is around. His angelic hosts. You playing games, man. See, you playing games, man. What a feeling that is. Hmm? But we talk against these men and these women that we read about that was more closer to God than you. Yeah, Ahab was wicked because God said he was wicked, but you're more wicked than Ahab.
You ain't doing what you did.
I say you're more wicked than Ahab. Listen, man. No man today can touch none of the men in this book.
No.
Let's get that through your head, man. I said there is no man living today that can touch no man in this book.
That's correct. Watch yourself.
So get off your high horse, man. Stop talking about these godly men in here. Stop talking about these men in here. Leave these men alone.
That's right.
Talk about yourself and correct yourself.
That's right.
God said those are saints.
Time sheet.
Verse 26.
26.
And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger that sojourned among them, seeing all the people were in ignorance.
Seeing all the people was in ignorance. Go ahead.
And if any soul sinned through ignorance,
Why you think God said, he said, Jonah, I need you to go to Nineveh and warn the people. Jonah looked and said, man, I ain't going over there, man. He said, man, they heathens, man. He said he wanted to kill him. You wasting your time. Leave them alone. I don't want nothing to do with them. Took a ship.
Yeah, I ain't going.
Went to Tarshish.
Yeah.
It went opposite of the direction where he was supposed to go. And God caused the sea to go into an uproar.
Yeah.
Jonah goes in the bottom of the ship and go to sleep. Everybody's scared. Throwing stuff off the ship. Dumping this off, praying to their deities. Hoping that the ship will subside. So the master of the ship comes by. He looked down there. He see Jonah. He said, yo, man.
Knocked out. Sleep. Sure.
We going through all this and you here sleeping. So go pray to your God. He said, then he got the question. He said, who's your God? He said, I serve the God of the sea and the dry land. Immediately he's feared. He said, you is the cause of this. he said, you is the cause of this. He said, listen, man, if you take me and toss me over, it'll stop. He said, nah, they ain't gonna do that. But the sea got more vicious.
More violent.
They have to throw him off. When they threw him off, it subsided. Then God commanded a big fish to swallow him, and he lived. Only God knows how long he was in the belly of that fish. And he lived in there. You gonna tell me God wasn't with him in his violation?
That's why God made
While he violated the command of God, God still remained with him. Ain't that mercy?
Yeah.
Is that enough compassion enough for you to love God, man?
Yeah.
Because in God's affliction, hey, man, even during God's affliction, brother, God is with you.
That's correct.
Remember that, man.
He will maintain you.
He maintain you. And why he's with you and why he maintain you and why he stay with you, hoping that you recognize your fault and change.
Yeah.
Because I don't delight in the death of the wicked.
Okay.
I don't want to see you croak.
Okay.
God wants us to change, man. God wants us to get it right. God wants us to do better. Stop sneaking around, woman, and wearing pants when the woman in the book didn't wear pants.
Right.
Stop doing things that God hates, man. Because sometimes we do things and there's no point of return.
Okay.
You can't return after what you did.
Okay.
So Musa said, he said, you don't think I should have mercy and compassion on these people that don't know their right from their left? I said, that don't know their right hand from their
They
left.
don't know any better.
They didn't know no better.
They know better.
Huh? And you will understand that by reading the law. The laws of God. Numbers 15 tells us that when you violate the commandment inadvertently, unwittingly, unknowingly, without knowledge, he don't come at you as hard as a person that knows. Tell me you can't love this God, man. It's a just, we dealing with a just God. Let's read.
Verse 28.
Verse
And
28.
the priest shall make an atonement for the
And the
soul
priest shall make an atonement for the soul
that sinneth ignorant,
that sinneth ignorantly.
when he sinneth by ignorance
When
before the Lord,
Go ahead.
to make an atonement for
To
him,
make an atonement for
and it
him,
shall be forgiven
and
him.
it shall be forgiven him.
You shall have one law for him that sinneth through ignorance, both for him that is born among the children of Israel, and
Both
for
for
the
him that is born, what?
among
Among
the children,
the children of Israel, and what?
and for the stranger
And for the stranger
that sojourneth among them.
that sojourn among them. So the stranger receives the same treatment as the homeborn.
Same.
Yeah.
Which means God ain't treat the stranger no different.
That's right.
The stranger could have came and joined the nation of Israel being blue
That's right.
with slant eyes.
Yeah.
And God would have treated him the same way because God don't look at your color and how in your appearance. God tries your heart. To
Right.
see, remember, which is one of my chapters, Job was not an Israelite.
Okay.
We go around here talking like, oh, God is only going to favor Israel. Man, go ahead. It's- Man, go ahead with that, man. Go ahead. Stop worried about a person's nativity and where he's from and what color, his complexion. God don't care about that.
That's right.
God look at the heart.
That's right.
God look at the heart to try the heart to see if you are able to serve God.
That's right. There you go.
If you are able to serve God, are you qualified?
Yeah.
It's not a color thing.
It's not a color thing when we're dealing with God, man. It's not a color thing. It's not a color thing, man.
That's right.
We got to come up off this. We got to come up off this color thing, man. We got to come off that, man.
Right.
Because God's not on that vibe.
That's
The
right.
Creator ain't on that vibe.
That's right.
Time sheet. Where we at?
Verse 30. But
Uh-huh.
the soul that doeth aught presumptuously,
Uh-oh. Now we're going to get into it now. The soul that what?
that doeth aught
That do it
presumptuously.
or presumptuously. The word presumptuously is beyad ramah. Beyad ramah is with a high hand. A high hand means having or showing no regard for God. Having or showing no regard or no concern for what God have regard for what God have concerns for. That's pride. So basically, what God honors, you got to train yourself to honor it.
Train yourself.
I said, what God honors, you have to train yourself to honor.
Yeah.
Because if you don't train yourself to honor what God honors, then you're going to violate.
That's right.
There's keys all over, way all around the book
Right.
that if we follow through with it, you won't sin presumptuously.
That's right. Yeah.
You have to train yourself. It's a training.
Okay.
I can't train you,
Mm.
and you can't train me.
Goes on the side.
I have to train me.
Right.
You have to train you
That's
to
right.
have regards, to have concern for the things that God concerns, have concerns for, right? Or the rights, concerns, or feelings of others. We got to consider each other more.
Dang.
I said we have to consider each other more.
Right.
Just because this person gave me a negative response, I don't have to respond to him negative.
Right. That's right.
I don't have to go back.
That's right.
You know why? Because that shows righteousness and godliness on your behalf.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
I don't have to go back and forth.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
You don't have to.
That's right.
Wink at Abraham.
Huh?
That's right.
Mhm.
Wink at Abraham. What it said.
Yeah.
That's right.
Arbitrary. Overbearing.
Uh-huh.
That's all the definition of Biyad Ramah.
Mhm.
Arbitrary means when you act without thought.
Okay.
Mhm.
When you do things without thinking.
That's right.
Who I may hurt.
Mhm.
Who I may violate.
That's right.
Mhm.
When I say things without thinking. Without thinking of what is fair or right.
Mhm.
Or done without evidence.
Mhm.
Overbearing is when you assert your will over other people in an arrogant, unpleasant way. The person don't want to do it. You ever ask somebody to do something for you and they really don't want to do it,
Yeah.
but you just continue to be overbearing to them and please, no, please,
Uh-huh. That's right.
leave it alone.
Yeah.
So you
Right.
don't feel right doing it, no problem.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't get angry at you because of your
Right.
decisions.
That's
Right.
good.
Because that's what you decided.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it.
That's right.
That's right.
I don't feel like doing it.
That's right.
Right.
Why are you getting angry with me? Because I don't feel like doing what you want.
That's
Right.
right.
There you go.
Yeah.
The
That's
control.
right.
It's a control thing. And even more deeper is pride.
Yes,
And
it is.
selfish.
Yes, it is.
We are pride. We have a lot of pride and we have a lot of self-interest within
Bad
ourselves.
ways, bad ways.
Evil, atrocious ways
Mhm.
that blocks us from getting closer to God.
That's right.
Overbearing is when you. Oh, I went through that. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
But the soul that doeth order presumptuously,
Presumptuously,
whether he be born in the land
whether he
or
be
a
born in the
stranger,
land or a stranger,
the same reproacheth the Lord.
the same has reproached God. The word for reproach God is Gadeth. Gadeth means to revile,
Mhm.
to blaspheme. Huh? It also means to mildly criticize,
Oh,
to insult.
subs. Those are subs.
Reproach means to express your disapproval. To express your disapproval. And we ain't afraid.
Wow.
We ain't afraid to express our disapproval of God. Well, I don't agree with that. I don't like that.
That's how a person sounds, huh?
But God agrees with it.
Okay.
God likes it.
Mhm.
That's enough.
Don't you see and realize that God gave us this book to save ourselves from ourselves?
Mhm.
You have to save yourself from yourself.
Yeah.
The flesh and that which is within you is two different
That's
things.
right.
Yeah,
Different
two different elements.
worlds.
That's the physical and the spiritual. And the spiritual, that evil spirit that I have within me, is against the good.
Mhm.
See, we got both of us in us.
Yeah.
We got good and evil in us. We got both good and evil in us. Go ahead. Now hold up. To express disapproval to, that's when you refuse to accept what God says. To blaspheme means to speak irreverently about God
Against.
without due respect or veneration. Okay?
Okay.
To revile means to criticize in an abusive, insulting manner.
Mhm.
To abuse, attack with evil words.
Mhm.
And when we do these things, you know what we do? I'm a chief man.
Yeah.
I'm a chief man.
Uh-oh.
I'm a prince.
Uh-oh.
I'm the king, the chief, the prince, and the governor all at one. And I should be able to say what I feel to you.
No, don't go like that.
And he wants you to accept it.
No.
really a chief. Not a leader.
You want me to accept it, but you ain't recognize that that person you was talking to is a man.
Okay.
Right.
And he holds the title that God gave him.
Man.
The first title given to man was to be a man.
Or anything.
Right.
So before you was a chief or prince or governor, you was a man.
Man.
So don't look at the brother as he's a layman or not a chief. You know, he's not an officer. Look at him and treat him as a man.
That's correct.
So therefore, because I look at this person and I realize that this person I'm talking to is a man, I will choose my words.
Mhm.
I choose my words because I don't want to violate this man.
That's right. Yeah.
People want us, look, these officers want you to accept and tolerate their foolishness.
Mhm.
When most of the people giving out titles shouldn't be giving out
They
titles
weren't
Right.
sanctioned to give up.
because they wasn't sanctioned
Mhm.
by the head knock of all Hebrews,
That's right.
Nasi Yaakov, to give out no title.
Right. They be self-proclaimed and give out a title.
Tom Sheik.
But the soul that doeth order presumptuously, whether he be born in the land or a stranger, the same reproacheth the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off. among
But
his
the
people.
soul that does ought presumptuously, he said, the same soul shall be cut off. You see what causes you to be cut off from God? When we transgress presumptuously. I just explained to you what presumptuous iniquity is. When you don't have no regard or concerns for God or the feelings of others. When we do these things, wait a minute. So you mean to tell me if I don't regard you, I will cut myself off. Not just the laws of God now.
Make it clear.
See, we skipped that part.
Every law is concerning.
Wait a minute. I said we skipped the part. The only thing that we feel that we can save ourselves is by doing the laws of God. But then I'm doing the laws of God and I'm doing things according to the laws of God, but I disregard you.
Yeah, man up.
And you're not doing it.
But I disregard my brother. You can cut yourself off that way too.
That's right. Talk about it.
I said you can cut yourself off that way too.
Talk about it.
The definition of niked. Niked. Niked means to cut off, right? To alienate, to betray, to estrange, to deny. Now, what does alienate means? To cause someone to feel to isolate oneself.
Stay away.
You don't see the brother no more.
Stay away.
You don't see the sister no more.
Avoid.
She done isolated or he done isolated himself from
Away,
God
away from it. That's right.
to make indifferent. Indifferent means having no interest or sympathy. Having no interest in the things that God got interest in. Huh? I said having no interest in the things that God have interest in. Or sympathy. Right? To estrange means to remove from customary environment or association. To stir up mutual enmity or indifferent where there had been formerly love. Mutual enmity is the bitter attitude or feelings against a person. Who stirred up those bitter attitudes and feelings? God did. God done stirred up those bitter feelings in you to so you can pull yourself away.
God, the spirits of all flesh.
Because those bitter feelings that you done stirred up within you, that's what's gonna cause you to separate yourself. Okay? To betray. When you betray God, it means to be unfaithful to God. It means failure to repent and acknowledge your iniquity. Sin is betrayal to God. Huh? Failure to repent and acknowledge your violation. But you're not going to repent if I don't acknowledge. In order for me to repent, I have to acknowledge my fault. To despise. Go ahead, Tamshi. Verse 31.
Because
Right?
came. Verse
Right.
31.
31.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord.
Because he had despised the word of God. Bazah. It means to despise. It means contempt. Contempt is willful disobedience to God. Willful. Huh? That's what makes it presumptuous. Willful disobedience to God. Despise means deep repugnance. Repugnance means to contradict, to show opposition or to be opposite, to contend against or to resist. It also means aversion. Aversion is a feeling to go against, with a desire to avoid and turn from God. So God done stirred up that desire
Turn you away.
to turn you away from the truth,
Oh,
so you
That's
can
right.
destroy
That's
yourself.
why you were against.
That's why you begin to turn against these
Put a
things.
stumbling block before the wicked.
But guess what? We dealing with a merciful God, and He
Turn
gave
it
every
around.
man and woman a
That's
chance.
right.
You can turn
That's
it
right.
around.
As long as you're alive.
Okay, go ahead. As long as you're alive, that's right. Verse 31 still.
Because he had despised the word of the Lord
Uh-huh.
and had broken his commandments.
And had broken His commandments. The word for broken is hepad. Hepad means to break, to violate, to void, to nullify. To break means to invalidate, to weaken or destroy the cogency. That's deep. So when we break the commandments of God, we destroy and weaken the cogency. Cogency, we all had cogency in us. You know what cogency is? Having the power to constrain yourself and hold yourself back.
Okay.
That's what cogency is. That's why we can't hold ourselves back from violating and doing things presumptuously before God, because we have broken and violated the law so much that our wall is down. Our defense mechanism is down.
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
God knew that we was going to be more inclined to iniquity
Wait a minute.
by eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. But he equipped us. That's the word. God has equipped us to be able to fight against it, against those things. Number one, by having cogency. Because by having cogency, you will be able to constrain yourself. You will be able to resist. You will be able to hold yourself back for the sake of the laws of God. But we weaken ourselves
Yeah.
by violating the law.
Yeah.
Tom C.
Breach.
Okay, hold up. Violate means to break or fail to comply with the rules of God, to commit a sin. To void means to declare that the laws of God is not valid.
Uh-oh. That's dangerous.
That's dangerous.
Oh, good.
It's not. It don't mean that.
That's dangerous.
It's not what it says.
What you mean?
It's not what it says. That's what the person say.
Oh.
That's what the person say.
Yeah.
It don't
Wow.
say that. It don't mean that.
Wow.
And do whatever I want
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. And that's all because we're sinning presumptuously. We're violating these laws. So that's what gives us the courage to void the command of God and put our own terminology and meaning to it.
Yeah, no.
And even though we read,
You go over
like the
there.
brother said, the brother looked at the word and said, it don't mean that.
Disregard it.
Yeah.
Oh, it don't mean that.
But you can't tell me.
And then they use other books
Why?
to substantiate
Your opinion.
your opinion
Yeah.
and your own
Your
thoughts.
perspective.
Hey, let me tell you something, man. Let's get rid of all these books.
Word. We need one.
Yeah.
All we need is the book here that
That's it.
God has
Right.
that God has what? Has preserved
That's right.
for man to return back to God.
That's
That's all
right.
we need.
That's it.
And if we just follow this, we're not gonna have all these opinions.
One mind.
We're gonna have the one mind.
That's right.
Because the rest of these books is leading you astray.
That's right.
Correct.
All these other books that people want to go into, the halakha and the this and the other and the other, shoot the kangaroo and all these craziness, it has to correlate with this.
That's right.
It has to correlate with this.
And they don't.
Tom Sheen.
No.
That soul shall utterly be cut off.
Uh-oh.
His
Now
iniquity.
it says that soul shall utterly be cut off. What do you mean by utterly cut off? He cut it, T cut it. Utterly cut off means exterminated,
Beyond that.
That's right.
done,
Yeah.
finished,
Forever.
kaput.
Yeah. It's the spirit.
Okay?
Wiped out.
That's right.
And when you're utterly cut off,
That's forever.
No
there's
coming
no
back.
there's no coming back from that.
That's forever.
There's no coming back. There's no asking God to revive my soul like King David did.
That's right. That's
We
right.
think that's the metaphor though.
Yeah. Cooking.
I said we think that's a metaphor.
Yeah.
King David doesn't ask God to quicken him.
Yeah.
To quicken means to revive. To revive means to bring back.
Cause to live again.
To cause to live again.
That's right. Kayeni.
Kayeni. That's the word in the Hebrew. It means to restore.
Right. Restore life.
But we said that's a metaphor.
Now we.
Not me. They said it's a metaphor.
Yeah.
So why King David said it?
Yeah.
Why did King David ask God to quicken him?
Yeah.
The Hebrew word for quicken means kayeni. It means to restore.
Restore life.
Anything that is restored you had to lose it.
That's right.
It
That's right.
had to be taken from us.
That's right. And he was alive when he said it.
And I'm gonna ask God for the same. Restore my soul back to me, oh God.
Nah, El Shaddai.
Nah, El Shaddai.
That's right.
If there is any restoring going on, don't forget my soul.
That's right. That's right.
Shoot. Shoot, man, what do you think? We're gonna be doing these laws
For nothing.
for nothing?
Yeah.
And there's no reward?
Yeah. Yeah.
You think I'm gonna do these laws and just lay up in my
God ain't good.
chambers and just
Abraham at the same end as
No.
Charles Manson.
no,
Let's
man.
be for real.
No. I don't have the explanation of what goes on down there. But I know you will be restored if you live according to the laws and the commandments of God. Why? King David said it.
Whoa.
I said King David said it.
Yeah.
So I can say it.
That's right.
And I ain't speaking my own words.
No, you ain't.
Let's read.
That soul shall utterly be cut off.
That soul shall
His iniqu-
utterly be cut off.
His iniquity shall be upon him.
Uh-huh.
Verse 32.
Verse
And
32.
while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks.
Okay,
upon
wait
his-
a minute. I need you, Chief Mikael, to go to Psalms 112. What verse you at?
I'm in verse 32.
Okay, good. You stay in verse 12, brother. And said, that soul, Psalms chapter 112.
Psalms chapter 112.
That's the next chapter. Stay there. He said, because he had despised the word of the Lord and had broken his commandment, that soul shall utterly be cut off. His iniquity shall be upon him. You know what's the word for upon him? Bait, hey, ba. Ba means his iniquity shall be in him. His iniquity shall be a part of him. When your iniquity is in you or a part of you, it becomes your genetic makeup. It becomes your nature. This is how you're going to move. So now, once it becomes your genetic makeup, now you have transferred this genetic flaw into your son. You have transferred this evil genetic thing into your children.
They call it generational curses.
Generational curses. It has been passed down. You passed it down.
That's right.
Not me.
No.
Not me. I gotta walk upright with God
That's right.
so that my sins don't get passed down into my poor, innocent
Little
kid.
slave.
Wow.
Because I got children that I love.
Little slave.
I love my children. And I don't want to see my children mangled up.
That's right.
Mm.
You love children that ain't even born yet.
That's right. Absolutely.
That can
Crazy.
children that you ain't even meet.
That's right.
But you had that closeness and the connection with the child already.
That's right.
How is that, man?
That's right.
How?
So,
Mm, mm, mm.
Listen, man. Let's read.
Number 15. Or
No. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not. I gotta finish it. You stay where you at. Sorry.
32.
Yes. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, I said, while the children of Israel was in the wilderness. Do we realize that God recognized that there was no food and nothing there to drink?
Yeah.
But God put them through this hostile environment to prove their what? To prove them.
Right.
God wanted to see
Believe.
by me putting them through this situation, this hostile environment,
Uh-huh.
just according from what I showed them.
Yeah.
Can they believe me?
Yeah. And do the
Going
thing
through
that I
this?
say.
Can they honor me
Yeah.
going through this? Can they endure going through this?
Don't break.
Still do
And
the
don't
thing
break.
that I command.
Huh? God put us through certain situation to see if we can endure this.
That's right.
Endure what God is putting us through and honor. Still continue to honor his laws, commandments, and statutes and not break.
Yeah.
They found a man gathering sticks upon the Sabbath day. The word gather is quashash. Quashash means to gather.
Uh-huh.
And they that found him gathering sticks brought him unto Moses and Aaron and unto all the congregation. Now, if gathering wasn't
Violation.
a violation,
Yeah.
then why did
Why
they
did
took
they
him
bring him?
and bring him to Moses and Aaron?
Uh-huh.
See, the book teaches us
Those
what
laws.
words means. The book teaches us the do's and don'ts on Shabbat.
Say it again. Say
You
it again.
cannot
The book-
follow.
The book teaches us.
You cannot follow what people say.
Word.
That's right.
Some
I seen the
commentary.
brother pick up a broom on Shabbat and start sweeping.
Come on, you don't know that's word?
They call it sweeping,
You don't know that's
but
word?
basically you're gathering dirt.
No,
You're
yeah.
gathering all the dirt in the secluded area.
That's right.
Broom is a
That
word
is an
too.
action. That's action. That's work.
That's action.
Broom is a work
The
tool.
broom is a tool.
That's right.
I'm not using no broom.
That's right.
I ain't using no mop.
That's right.
We should not be using brooms and mops on Shabbat.
Cleaning
Never.
activities.
There are other things to do when things spill. So when people say, well, what should I do if I spill water on the floor?
Put a towel.
I will get some paper towel,
Uh-huh.
suck off all the water there. If it takes the whole roll, then I will use the whole roll.
That's right.
Just so that I don't violate the commandment of God.
Leave
See,
it like this.
we take risk with things and we're too daring
Yeah,
when our forefathers wouldn't take the risk that we take.
that's right.
We take too many risks.
They don't play with
I'm
the
not
gun.
getting no mop and I'm not doing that.
No.
Right. Playing with the gun line.
Leave
I don't have Moses here to explain nothing to me. Like I said before, God kicked us out the land,
Yeah,
gave us the book and said, fend for yourself.
yeah.
Now I'm going to deal with you according to what? To the
To
individual.
your own ways.
Not the
I'm going to
nation.
deal with you according to your own ways,
Not the
to your own heart,
That's right.
according to how the individual is.
That's right.
And that's how God is moving now, man.
That's right.
That's how God is moving. It's a bad, sad situation, but we put ourselves in this predicament.
Recognize.
I'm not using no mop and no broom.
I mean, neither.
This man got strung up
Gathering.
for gathering sticks.
Yeah.
God don't kill you for your intentions.
Uh-oh. Yeah,
Well,
that's what he was gonna do.
Well, he was gonna kindle fire. He didn't kindle no fire.
Yeah.
So you can't kill him.
So he didn't kill him for that. He killed him for gathering. And this is why I don't gather on the Shabbat. Because when you gather, you profane the day.
That's right. Work.
I said when you gather, you profane the day. Let's read. Oh, no, my bad. Say we back. He said, gathering sticks and bore him unto Moses and unto all the congregation. And they put him in war because it was not declared what should be done to him. And the Lord said unto Moses, the man shall be surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And all the congregation brought him without the camp and stoned him with stones that he died, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments. The reason for the fringe is that it's for a purpose. We wear fringes on our garments for a purpose. And in the Hebrew, it don't mean borders. We are not supposed to be wearing fringes around the borders of our garments. In the Hebrew, and if you want to do the law according to the way God said it, you must look at it and read it in the Hebrew. And the word for borders is kanfot.
Corners.
Kanfot means on the corners of your garments.
Yeah.
I seen fringes worn everywhere.
Yeah.
I seen the person wear fringes, 4 fringes on his sleeve. And nobody, it hasn't pushed nobody to go and tell the person that, listen, brother, you should not be wearing fringes on your sleeve.
I'm like saying that.
So now, because I didn't warn that person, you are in violation too.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely.
I seen people wear fringes on their underwear.
Yeah.
I was walking with my father one day. Mom asked the person, yo, where's your fringes? He said, I got them on. What do you think? I don't wear my fringes? And he pulled his shirt up. He saw up under the pants. And my father said, hey, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Because what you about to reveal, I don't want to see. Man, he started taking off his belt, and then he started revealing and about to pull his pants down. My father, he said, wait a minute, man, wait. So when he finally got his pants down, he had the fringes on his underwear. I said, what kind of sickness is this? Yo, I seen one brother, he had fringes on a shirt, and he took his fringes on the shirt and tucked it in his pants. That's madness, man.
Yes.
And all this madness occurs because look, God is leading us astray.
Yes, sir. One sister had it on her pants on the bottom.
On the side.
Yeah,
On the
I
pants.
forgot about that one.
Pants leg
On the pants leg on the bottom, a sister had on pants,
One thing wrong with
and
that
she
sentence.
put fringes on the end of the pants,
With the fringes on the pants.
on the bottom of the pants.
I ain't saying brother now.
The sugar.
Pants and fringes.
Oh, good.
God is leading. Listen, man, you should be able to tell when God is leading you astray, man.
Workers of iniquity.
You know how God is leading you astray? When we do things that's not written in the book.
That's it. That's it.
That's it.
Plain and simple.
When we do things that you don't read in the book, be truthful with yourself now. Well, what going on? What's up with y'all, man? God is leading you astray. Let's go to 112.
Psalms chapter 1.
Psalms chapter 112. Wait a minute. I can't cut it like that.
Okay.
I can't do it.
All right. All
He
right.
said the borders of our garments throughout their generation, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue. The word for a ribbon is a thread, petil, a thread. You should not be wearing blue fringes. Petil tekelet is a thread of blue. Now tekelet is what?
Dark
That
blue.
dark-
Navy
tekelet
blue.
is
Indigo.
dark blue. So when we make fringes, The blue that we use to make the fringe should be navy blue.
That's right.
The blue should not be sky blue.
No.
The blue shouldn't be no other shade of blue
Royal
but
blue.
navy blue. That's the darkest blue, because that's what tekelet means.
Right.
Tekelet means navy blue. Tekol is what?
A different kind of blue.
Tekol is a different type of blue.
Azure,
Different
royal blue.
All those are
purple,
different types of blue. That's
sky
not
blue.
tekelet.
All of those.
That's not tekelet.
That's right. That's
This is
cool.
the
So when you do things according to your will, it's not accepted.
That's right.
The commandment that we are doing will not and shall not be accepted by God, because I'm doing these laws according to, I'm doing it my way.
That's right.
I'm doing it my way and not God's way. And it shall be unto you for friends, that you may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart,
That's it.
that you seek not after your own mind.
That's it.
You know what seeking after your own mind is? When you start doing things your way.
That's right.
Psalms 112. When you start doing things your way and not the way God said to do it.
That's right.
Psalms 112.
Praise ye the
No,
Lord.
I'm sorry, 111. Go to
111.
Psalms 111. This is a heavy psalm, man. I said, this is a heavy psalm, and this is a short banger. It's going to hit short and sweet. Go ahead.
Praise ye the Lord.
Praise ye the Lord. Praise God.
Smooth.
Halal. It means to praise. It means to boast. So we should be
Boast on
praising
God.
God and boast on God. And in order to boast on God, you start talking about the things that He did for you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Glorify.
You start glorifying His name,
Right.
how He delivered you,
That's right.
how He healed you.
That's right.
To praise means to express warm approval or admiration. Huh? Or, right? Warm approval is recognition.
Yeah.
Recognition. Warm approval means recognition. Recognition means to recognize. You haven't recognized that the Lord of hosts is His name. You haven't recognized that the God you dealing with is a terrible God. You haven't recognized that the God you dealing with is a merciful and compassionate and a kind God.
Right.
Huh?
Right. Yeah.
Recognition of importance or value of the
Yeah.
value of God. Admiration means pleasurable contemplation. Pleasurable contemplation is a state of reflective thought. A state of reflective thought. Reflective thought is careful examination of your motivations, of your actions, and of your character. And this is the mindset that we have to come to God with. That's the mindset you go to God with. Reflecting on yourself. That's what David did.
That's right.
I said, that's what David did.
That's right.
Huh? I said, a state of reflective thought that elicits enjoyment or satisfaction. You know what elicit means? Woo! Elicit means to bring out or to draw forth. That brings out or draw forth what you enjoy and what you are satisfied with according to what God says.
Yeah.
You satisfied with what God
You
said.
satisfy and you put yourself and you enjoy and you rejoice in the things that God enjoys.
Not upset about it.
You rejoice in the things that God rejoices with.
Not bored.
Not bored with this day.
Yeah.
I look forward to this day.
That's right.
When the sun goes down, I can't wait for Friday to come.
That's right.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting down and I start preparing my teachings from during the week.
That's
And I can't wait to get up and start elaborating on the word of God and His ways and His commandments and statutes.
Yeah. Boost our spirit. Boost
Woo.
Tom C.
I will praise the Lord with my whole
I
heart.
would praise God with my whole heart, not halfway.
That's right.
it. Okay.
I got to come to God wholly
Wholehearted.
and complete.
That's right.
Huh? Not
Yeah.
halfway. Go ahead. I will praise God with my whole heart
In the assembly of the upright.
in the assembly, in the gathering of the upright, of the just, upright. Okay? And go ahead.
And in the congregation.
And in the congregation. Tom Sheet.
The works of the Lord are
The
great.
works of God are great. If you don't think the work of God is great and magnificent, just read Genesis 1.
The
Uh-huh.
first chapter.
That's
And when
right.
you read Genesis 1, make yourself believe.
You have to
Yeah, you
Make
go.
yourself believe.
Yeah.
go on.
Now, I like how Prince Zakaria put it, because he said, yeah, during the creation, God don't need atoms and protons and neutrons. Of course. There was no Big Bang when dealing with God. But you know what took place? To prove the book and what God said, he put it in the scientists to say these things. He revealed it through them to make them say that, even though, yeah, God don't need none of that.
No. You show how.
But
he did it.
Being that we're dealing with a people that need, we're dealing with a people today
They need proof.
that need proof.
They don't believe.
They don't believe God without proof, man.
The same way he said it, that's the way.
I said they don't believe God without proof. I do.
That's right.
Too.
I don't need proof.
Me
I don't need no Big Bang.
neither.
I don't need no atoms and protons and the molecular complex and all this craziness that goes on that they're talking about. I don't need that, because I know all that came about from the power of the spoken word.
Right.
Right.
The land came about when God commanded it to come out.
That's for the ones that
I
need
said,
proof.
that's for the people that need proof and they don't believe God.
Yeah, so he showed them this how I did.
So he showed them, okay, this is how it went
Believe me.
down. This is what happened. So
Yeah.
believe this, and this is a way for you to come this way.
Still merciful.
Still
If they
merciful.
don't believe him.
Still merciful. We're dealing with a God that had the power of the spoken
Baruch
word
Hashem, Baruch Hashem.
to establish. Bara
Woo!
means to create.
Teach, Shama,
To
teach.
create means to establish. To
Yeah.
establish means to bring into existence.
Woo.
Anything that was brought into existence wasn't there. It didn't exist. It was just darkness. And the waters was upon the face of the deep. And you had God there. I said you had God that hovered over the face of the waters. The eternal one, the everlasting one, that one that lives forever. Le'olam.
Baruch Shemo.
Le'olam wa'ed.
Right.
Come on, man.
Teach, teach.
Come on, man. And no, that's why it's good to talk about it, man. Because if you don't feel it, it's like you're boosting it. You're
Yeah.
talking to your spirit. You gotta
Right.
feel it once you start
Right.
talking.
Yes,
And
you're right.
talking and talking
Yeah.
and talking
Yeah.
about God.
Yeah.
Because you're boosting yourself.
Teach.
That's why God said, talk about it. Because it will have an effect on your spirit. That's why God said, watch your speech and your conversation.
That's
Because
right.
your speech, the things we talk about, will also have a negative effect on your spirit.
Becomes you.
It becomes you.
Okay.
So I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about
That's
if it ain't
right.
godly,
That's right.
if it ain't righteousness.
That's right.
Because I keep taking a step forward, and just by our conversations, we take two steps back,
That's right.
talking about things that's not godly and righteousness,
That's right.
because these things have an effect on your spirit.
That's right. That's right.
Let's read.
The works of the Lord are great,
The works of the Lord are great.
sought out of all them.
Sought out of all them that have pleasure therein.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
So if you have
So,
pleasure,
wait a minute.
huh?
So if you have pleasure in God, then you're going to seek
Seek
Him.
him out.
Now, how do you seek God? You seek God by reading.
In this book.
You seek God by reading. You seek God by praying. Okay? But there was a key one. It was one word that was taken out. Not taken out, but was forgotten. After I look it up, dadash. It also means to resort. Dadash means to resort. To resort means the action of turning to. Wait a minute, man. The action of turning to and adopting. You know what adopt means?
Take this one.
Wait a minute. Get the dictionary. I forgot to write that down. Do you know what happens when you are adopting the ways of God? By the way, this is Merriam-Webster. You can't argue with Merriam-Webster.
Okay.
She wrote a dictionary. Let me see you write a dictionary. Until then, leave me alone.
Oh, they tried.
They tried.
Man, fool.
Adopt. Right? Adopt means to accept formally and put into effect.
Uh-oh.
Huh? To accept formally and put into effect. And most of us, I see myself when I'm dealing with women that I have took from the other side. What I mean from the other side? That didn't know who God was. And I look for things, I look for these women to start expressing certain things formally.
Uh-oh. Say it again, drama. Say it again, drama.
But guess what? I can't force you to do these things.
No.
I gotta wait until you feel it
Yeah.
sizzling in your spirit to voice these things out your mouth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I know that I'm serving the real God.
Yeah.
That all those things that I've done in my past, I was wrong.
Yeah.
And Lord God, hear my formal statement.
Yeah.
That's another level, man.
Something.
Huh?
Right.
That's another level. To adopt means to accept formally and put into effect. Huh? Huh? Come on, man. So let's get into that word. The action of turning to and adopting a strategy. What strategy? The strategy that God set, or a course of action, especially a disagreeable or undesirable one. You ain't gonna agree with everything that you read, but you gotta train yourself to agree with it.
Yeah.
You gotta train yourself to accept it, because you realize and recognize that I was brought up one way,
One way.
and I wasn't brought up the godly way.
Right.
Right.
So therefore, when I read about these godly things in this book, I had to take these things to myself
Right.
and train myself
Thank
to
you,
accept these things.
Right.
Let's read.
The works of the Lord are great,
Uh-huh.
sought out of all them that have pleasure therein.
Sort out of all them that had pleasure therein. Let's read.
His work is honorable
His
and
work
glorious,
is honorable and
Right.
glorious,
Right.
and his righteousness endureth forever.
and his righteousness endureth forever.
He hath made his wonderful works
He
to
had
be
made
remembered.
his wonderful works to what?
To be remembered.
To be remembered. Huh?
Teach.
Look, the next generation gonna know of the works of God.
Huh.
It shall be revealed to generation and into generation, man.
Right.
Go ahead.
Still talking about
The Lord is gracious and full of compassion.
Uh-oh, the Lord is gracious and full of compassion.
Oh,
The
okay.
word for gracious is kanun. So
Okay.
we should be gracious.
That's
right.
A gracious God gives undeserved or unmerited favor. Because of God's graciousness, he gives us a way to save ourselves.
Ooh.
Wow.
I say because of his graciousness. It also means to, what's the word for gracious that I said before? I forgot the word. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, read.
He hath given meat unto them that
Gracious
fear
and
him.
full of compassion. Compassion is having deep empathy for those who are in need. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person's thoughts and experiences.
Okay.
Putting yourself in someone else's situation, imagining what it will be like. Go ahead.
He hath given meat unto them that fear him.
Uh-huh.
He will ever be mindful of his covenant.
What verse you at?
I'm at 6 now.
Go ahead.
He hath showed his people the power of his works, that he may give them the heritage of the heathen.
Uh-huh.
The works of his hands are verity and judgment.
The
All
verse
his,
of his hands is true. Go ahead.
All his commandments are sure. Verse 8. They stand fast forever.
They stand
and ever.
fast forever. The word for stand fast is samak. It means to support or to uphold. The commandments of God will support and uphold you. Go ahead.
And are done in truth and uprightness. He sent redemption unto his people.
All right. He sent redemption unto his people. You know what redemption is? Redemption is a way of saving or being saved from sin, error, or evil. You're going to tell me God don't hate you because he gave us a way to redeem ourselves. He gave us and showed us the way to save ourselves from ourselves by taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes of God. And during the week, we need to listen to these words over and over and over again so that we may walk uprightly before the Creator. And with that, I already got what was bought, and I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, Chief Nikah. Brother Shalom.
Come on. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. There is none that there is like our God, our rock. Talk no more, no exceeding proudly, not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry cease, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord kill it, the Lord make it alive. He bring it down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord make it poor and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. He raised up the poor out of the dust, and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. Please repeat after me.
Shalom.
And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy of the thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy to thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy
nor
son,
thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea and all that in the midst,
the sea and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested on the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen, in all places where I record my name. I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. But if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay. We're going to move straight ahead now. First stop is the book of Nehemiah, chapter 13.
Okay.
If our hearts have to be the same as these people that follow God, our mindset has to be the same as these people that follow God, and our reaction has to be the same as the people who follow God. When we hear certain things, we don't react accordingly. When we hear that we are guilty of crimes against God's commandments, we do not react accordingly. First example is to acknowledge what I've done. That's what David did. When David said, hey, that man is supposed to be put to death for that because he had no heart, and Nathan the prophet said, you are that person. Once he told him that, David said, I have sinned. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Did he? Yeah, she had to do it. Okay. Right. So when that happens now, you know what I'm saying?
Make corrections with God.
That is how I'm able to make correction with God. I have to have, before the guilt, I have to admit I'm wrong.
That's right.
Because that's what David did.
That's right.
There's no justification. That's where I was
That's
at.
how you go.
There's no justification for what I did wrong.
That's right.
Even though Eve said I was tricked, right or wrong.
That's right.
She was tricked.
That's right.
She didn't know. But it said when you become aware. But the sin of ignorance, isn't that how it goes?
Mm-hmm.
It said you okay until you become aware of your sin. You're accountable, right or wrong.
That's right.
You didn't know, but now you know. You still gotta be redeemed for that.
Mm-hmm.
You still gotta give up for that. You can't say, well, no, that's nothing because I made a mistake. I didn't know, so that's nothing now. But you know now. Once you find out that this, oh no, you did that, you still have to. I didn't know that was yours. I thought it was mine. That's why I threw it away. So does that make it
Is it
a
undo it?
final? Does that
Yeah.
finalize it? Oh, okay.
No.
It was,
No.
I still got to pay him back what I threw away. That was
That's right.
his.
That's right.
We don't know. We're not like that either. I would destroy your property.
Huh.
And when I say, hey, look, brother, man, this got destroyed. You did this, and I need, you know what I'm saying? Now I can't use my tablet no more because when you used it, it didn't come back the same.
Right. My
Your responsibility is to fix it or get me a new one.
That's right.
But we don't think like that. That's why I say our reactions are supposed to be the same as our fathers in this book.
That's right.
We're going to see a couple of examples of the reactions, the righteous reactions we're supposed to have. Okay, Nehemiah chapter 13.
Nehemiah 13. And on that day, they read in the book of Moses.
Now, they're coming back from Babylon. Let me let you know what's going on. They are 70 years in Babylon captivity. They're just getting out. The people were living in Babylon. They weren't living in Israel. Okay? They were living like the Babylonians. They didn't know the law. There was nobody reading the law in Babylon. Okay? This was a big thing that's going down right now. All right? Nehemiah and Ezra have got the book of the law, and it's new to the people.
Right.
To this generation, is something new that their fathers knew about, but they didn't know because they were born in captivity. And their fathers that they were born from did not teach them
That's right.
while they were in captivity.
That's right.
Right.
They didn't keep the commandments while they were in Babylon.
Uh-huh.
That's why the children don't know. If the children don't know, it's the parents' fault.
That's
That's
right.
right.
You see what the parents teach the children when you see what the children do, how they act, and what they say.
That's right.
Oh, wow, okay, wow, he knows the book. That means that this man and this woman are teaching their children God's laws, okay? They don't wait until Shabbat to tell the kids, sit down, be quiet, put the book in their hand, read that book, because it's a punishment to them now.
That's right.
Because you don't do this to them during the week. This is not a regular routine,
Yeah.
something that will be pleasurable to them.
That's right.
You have not caused God's laws to be pleasurable to the children
That's right.
That's right.
because you do not teach them this every day
It'll be a way of life.
so that they can be aware
That's right.
of how they are supposed to behave before God. The quicker they can become aware, the better in their life. But we don't do that with the children. We don't do that with them.
Right.
We wait till Shabbat
Yeah.
to want to bear rules down on them.
Yeah.
And then during the week, they watch anything, they do anything. No, during the week, they have to get accustomed to this.
That's right.
And the only way they're going to get accustomed is if you, the parent, are accustomed.
That's right.
Because if you don't go into the book every day, your children ain't going to go into the book every day.
That's right.
That's how it goes.
That's right.
That's right.
You have to be the example,
That's right.
even if they ain't following it.
That's right.
They're not following it now, but they're going to follow later.
That's right.
And they'll be able to reflect back.
Yes.
When you can reflect back to correct yourself, you have to reflect back so you don't repeat it.
Mm-hmm.
So these people are standing up and they're reading the book of Moses. You know what the book of Moses is?
The Torah.
The
First
Torah,
five.
the
First
first
five
five
books.
books.
First five.
Genesis.
Genesis,
Exodus,
Exodus,
Leviticus, Numbers,
Numbers,
Deuteronomy.
First five.
All out of the mouth.
Look,
of
you
God.
don't need no other book.
Not
You don't
right.
need no other book in life.
That's right. You
All you need is the Torah, those first five. You don't even need the history.
It's true.
The history is all about the people who didn't follow God and a bad ending happened.
Lessons.
Okay? And there's lessons in there. If you're looking to not to repeat
Yes.
that history,
Yes.
you're gonna say, okay, this is where they messed up at. You're gonna see because God says it.
Right.
God points out a lot of things in here.
Right.
We don't know. We read over it and say,
Yeah.
yo, the reason why. But
Yeah.
God said the reason why.
God said the
God
reason
said
why.
the reason why. He
But
said
yeah,
because they
yes.
have not met you
Okay.
by the way with
Okay.
bread and water, and
Okay.
because they hired Balaam.
Uh-huh.
That's right.
Okay?
Okay. That's
He
the
told
reason.
you
Is
why.
that the reason why?
That's the reasons why. God gave two reasons
That's
why.
right. That's right.
And he didn't give no more.
Yeah.
We can't add no more.
Yeah.
So, oh, well, they were incest babies. Look,
No,
I don't want to hear
That's
none
not
of
what
that.
God said.
God did not say that.
God didn't say there was incest, baby.
God said they did not meet you,
With bread and with
welcome me.
water.
They did not welcome you.
Welcome.
They did not allow you to pass through.
Uh-huh.
Okay? I can't get around here. I need to pass through here to get to my home.
That's right.
But I won't let you pass through my
Uh-huh.
territory.
Uh-huh.
I come out with guns up blazing.
Mm-hmm.
Back then in the East, when you welcome a person, you show your welcomeness to a person by seeing if they need something to eat.
Right.
Yeah.
At least if you want some water.
Water, at least.
And the humble, you see, bread and water humbles everybody.
Uh-huh.
You see where you really at.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Muhammad told my imam one time, he said, "You really want to see the people down?" He said, "No pasta,
Get that bread and water.
no bang bang sauce, none of that.
Bang, bang.
None of that good stuff that my imam and Chief Malak and Prince Akaria be cooking up. They be cooking up in that kitchen. You get bread,
All right, now it's time
And
for
water.
dinner. He said, "What's for dinner?" Huh?
bread and water.
Bread and water. Like what?
Bread and water. That's what my Abba said. He said, he said, test the people how God tested the people. We don't have right now. We're depleted. We don't have water. We don't have food. The show must go on. Who gonna pop up? Who gonna have a complaint? Oh, they ain't got nothing this week. You ain't been putting nothing in. You see where our hearts at? God, my father said, then you will see where people's hearts are at with God and with you.
That's right.
All you gotta do, bread and water.
That's right.
Watch the kids' faces.
You start crying.
Look, in a month's time, you keep the bread and water. He said there will be a filtering process of people. He said a lot of people not gonna come no more.
That's right.
He said you will see they was only coming for the lunch.
Okay.
Hey, he said Israelites like to gather for food.
That's right.
He said, look at them in the kitchen. He said, look at them arguing over the food. And everybody get a place. Everybody gets a plate. Everybody get a fair portion. But he's showing our hearts and where we're at. This is not our reaction that shows that we're with God. Okay? So now they're listening to something they haven't heard in a while. In 70 years, Tamshi.
And therein was found written that the Ammonite and the Moabites should not come into the congregation of God forever.
They didn't know this. See, when you read the law, when you read the book of Moses, you read those first 5, you're not going to get everything one time. You're not going to see everything there one time. Okay? This is something that you read for a lifetime. Whose lifetime? Your
That's
lifetime.
right.
My lifetime. This is a non-stop thing.
And
This is a daily thing, a daily quest.
Anybody
Okay.
read that already?
Excuse me?
Anybody read that already?
No.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta listen. Mahabba's eyes went out, he listened to it. He didn't stop entertaining himself daily
That's right.
in the laws of God and in the ways of God. That was the key. First, you have to push yourself to put your head in the book every day
That's right.
before you do anything. Because nothing is going to be activated until you start reading.
That's it.
Now, I'm going to let you know something right now. When you read, believe what you read.
Right. Right.
Do not. You're going to read certain things that may seem strange to you. It may say, well, wait a minute. God allowed this? Don't question none of it.
Yeah.
Read it over. Listen to the teachers break it down.
Yeah.
You will get it.
In time.
You will get the sense of it. Some get it quick, some get it right then and there. Some don't get it at all. Some get it later.
That's right.
And that's why as teachers, we have to be patient with people.
Okay.
Even when questions seem a little crazy,
Right.
you got to understand where it's coming from. People don't know.
Right.
That's why David said, yo, these sheep don't know their right hand from their left. They don't know no better. He spoke up for the people.
You're right.
Moses spoke up for the people. And yo, listen, they was trying to kill him.
Yeah.
People was trying to kill David.
Yeah.
People was trying to kill Moses. But God didn't allow them to get touched, first of all.
Right.
He maintained them. And they never lifted themselves up and forgot the whole purpose of this was about you people getting right before God. My job is to help you get right before God.
That's right.
So I can only get but so upset. My emotions have to stay checked. And that's what I read when I get from Moses, because Moses is our teacher.
That's right.
How he reacted, what he got mad about, what he didn't get mad about. These are the things. But we cannot let what you said last week. Don't let people push your buttons.
Right.
I said, how can you stop a person from pushing your buttons? You said what? Remove the buttons. Now you don't have it. You know why? Because now your buttons is God. It's the commandments.
That's right.
Tom sheet.
Because they met not the children of Israel with bread and with water, but hired Balaam against them, that he should curse them. Howbeit, our God turned the curse into a blessing.
So they're finding out that something that went on hundreds, thousands of years before. This went on in the book of what? Exodus or Numbers? Book of Numbers. This went on in the book of Numbers, hundreds of years before. And they're finding out in their history that these people, we're not supposed to have nothing to do with them. We're not supposed to be married into them. We're talking about the Moabite and the Ammonite. He said, because they bet you not with bread and water, right? He said, howbeit, God turned the curse into a blessing because they hired a warlock. A warlock is a male witch, a sorcerer. This guy had the power in the spiritual realm. He knew how to affect a whole nation's spirit in the form of a curse. Okay? This curse, we don't know specifically the detail of this curse, but this curse is pointed at Israel, okay? For them to be looked at from God and condemned by God, because now this curse is upon them, okay? It can make you do something for you to get a curse from God, or it was a curse that was put on you. Either way, God did not allow it, all right? He turned that curse into a blessing. Tashi.
Now it came to pass, when they had heard the law, that they separated from Israel all the mixed multitude.
So mixed multitude now were the people who weren't Israelite born, who hung around Israelites, but they didn't do the law. The mixed multitude, anytime you read the mixed multitude, those are strangers that came amongst us that didn't do the commandments. It said the mixed multitude fell a lusting, and the children of Israel followed them and started crying for food. They started that. The mixed multitude started complaining. And then the Israelites followed them. Okay? So now we read that the mixed multitude, everybody who's mixed multitude, you not of this, you're not from you Moab, you Ammon, you can't be a part of this.
Yeah.
If I was married to a Moabite woman, she got her divorce right then and there. Yeah. This is the reaction that God is looking for. Sometimes you have to cut people off. You don't have things around you that can get you ensnared. You don't have idols around you and images, but you may have people.
Yeah.
It may be a place or a thing that's limiting you from getting close. And this is the reaction. This is what you have to do to cut that. Tom shoot.
And before this, Eliashib, the priest, having the oversight of the chamber of the house of our God, was allied unto Tobiah. And he had prepared for him.
Eliashib is a priest, and he's the one in charge of the chambers of the house of God in the temple. The temple is still there. These are the last days of it, right? This was their last chance. After God brought them back, this was their last chance. After this, they messed up after this.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? And these are the things that they were doing that were not right when they came back.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't step to God 10 times stronger.
Right.
Okay? They let heathens pull up, live in the temple, right?
Yeah.
But he didn't convert and change his life to serving God.
Yeah.
So he's in the temple serving his own God. Whatever prayers he says is to his own God. We don't pray. We don't pray with outsiders. We don't pray with heathens. We don't pray with Muslims. We don't pray with Christians. You got to watch the Israelites you pray with, because they may have those values and how those people pray to their God. They may have it incorporated. For instance, you don't pray to the Most High with your hands like this.
No, it's not
This
the
is not the position.
not the posture.
This is a Christian position.
That's right.
Okay? That's just one example.
That's right.
All right? We cannot worship God the way everybody else worship their deity.
No.
Because our God is not a deity.
That's right.
The Most High is not a deity.
Holy.
He said, "You shall not have with you gods of silver." The Most High is not a God of silver.
That's right.
That's why he hasn't shown himself. First of all, if you show yourself, you die.
That's right.
So how can you make an image of God?
That's right.
How can one do that? He said, "My eyes are 10 times brighter than the sun."
That's right.
So to behold how God looked, you're gonna die. So nobody's gonna be able to do that. That's why God is not with images. He's not with statues. He's not with teraphims. He's not with images. Because the only ones you're gonna make is false idols, poor replicas of things that are not God.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And he had prepared for him a great chamber, where aforetime they laid the meat offerings, the frankincense, and the vessels, and the tithes of the corn,
This is what the priest does.
the new wine, and the oil.
All these things is the storage. This is what the priest, when the priests need these things, they need more frankincense, he go into the storage room and he get the frankincense to offer to God. Okay, time sheet.
Which was commanded to be given to the Levites, and the singers, and the porters, and the offerings of the priests. But in all this time was not I at Jerusalem.
He said, I wasn't there. When all this is going on,
let it be known, I wasn't there, man.
you got to make it clear.
That's right.
Because if you don't make it clear, you're going to get put into the bunch too.
That's right.
I wasn't a part of
Sometimes they say, "Hey, y'all." I said, "Hey, wait a minute, y'all. Don't say y'all, because I wasn't here.
That's right.
Or don't say y'all, because I was on your side. I spoke
right.
for you."
That's right.
There are times I have to tell a person that, "Hey, you keep saying y'all.
Yeah.
That was the guy that violated you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Right.
But you saying y'all."
Right. Yeah.
You have to watch these things. So he's making himself an exception. Okay? He said, I wasn't. He said, but in all this time was not I at Jerusalem. For in the 32nd year of Artaxerxes, king of Babylon, came I unto the king. See, he left to go see the king.
Right.
When the big dog leave, that's when the mice come out and play.
Wow. Yeah.
When the leader is gone, when the teacher's gone, when mommy and daddy not around, when the cat is not around, when God leave you to yourself. This is when you start having your own ideas and start doing your own thing.
Yeah.
This is when rules start getting broken.
Yeah.
This is when people have ideas.
Mhm.
This is when you start doing things that are not routine no more.
That's right.
Certain routines do not get broken.
Facts.
That's your streak. Certain routines and how we serve God do not get broken. Obligations and duties in serving God do not get broken under any circumstances. All right? Time sheet.
And after certain days obtained I leave of the king. And I came to Jerusalem and understood of the evil that Eliashib did.
Now, when he
Tobiah.
came there, he started hearing what was going on when he left. What Eliashib is the priest, and he did some evil. What was the evil that he did?
In preparing him a chamber in the courts of the house of God.
He let Tobiah live.
Temple.
Anybody just can't go up in the temple,
That's right.
first of all.
Right.
Even a regular Israelite
Right.
that's not a priest
That's right.
cannot go in that temple.
That's right.
Okay? The priest, anybody can't just come and walk up in there and say to the door. So this guy, Tobiah, is not of Israel. He don't serve God. And he allowed him a room. He said, rent a room. He got him a room in the house of God. Okay? That's the evil that he did. Okay? Time sheet.
And it grieved me sore. Therefore I cast forth all the household stuff of Tobiah out of the chamber.
You see what he did? Drastic. Sometimes you have to take drastic measures. See this reaction? This is a good reaction.
That's right.
He went there, he went up in there. When Nehemiah heard that, he said, what? He immediately went to the room. Everything that belonged to that guy has to go. He said, do not touch anything that appertained to Akan in his household. Lest you become what? Ensnared
That's right.
with his iniquities.
That's right.
It's going to jump on you.
Wow. See how that works?
You see how things go?
Wow.
So if a man is cursed, his possessions is cursed.
Wow.
If a man is cursed, his house is cursed.
Uh-oh.
Everything that comes from him is cursed. And that's why it's not good. It's not good to always, yeah, man, you can have this, you can have this. It's not good to just take from anybody, number one.
That's right.
All right. Abraham had one reason. He said, man, y'all ain't gonna say y'all made me rich.
That's right.
It's not, it's because it's a greedy, those are ways of greed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Then you owe me something.
Okay? You're always looking to get something for free, especially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Abraham said, nah, I don't need nothing from you guys.
Not
If
even
you
a
serve
shoelace.
God like me, I will get from you. If you serve God like me, I can eat from you. If you serve God like me, I can come in your house. You can come in my house. We can dwell. We can eat together. But if you don't serve God like me, there are a lot of things we're not going to do. We're not going to eat together. That's number one. That's right. Even if it's a piece of bread and water. Okay? Now, if you're a stranger and you come into my house, I will offer you. That's the difference. But on the outside, nah.
Rest
Okay.
the hearts.
Got you. I got you. That's coming. Now, he said they did is a word in here.
All the household stuff.
He threw out all his household stuff. So now, what do you have in your household that is prohibited by God? You know what prohibit means, right?
Yeah.
It's not allowed.
Yeah, forbidden.
Because you can have certain things that's in your house, okay, that is not allowed by God. And those things will be abominations.
Obey the sandwiches.
Okay? All right? There are artifacts. There are things like scales. If you have a scale,
Yeah.
make sure the scale works.
Yeah.
Make sure the batteries in it
Not
work.
an unjust
Okay?
balance.
Because just having a scale that don't work, it's an unjust balance, unjust weight. And God said that's an abomination. Yeah, but I don't use it though, but you have it.
That's right.
You have it and it's in your house. You have it, it's not in your house. It's still an abomination.
That's right.
He said an unjust balance and weights. God don't like that.
You really-
Because that means somebody's cheating. That means God not with liars and cheats.
Right.
Okay? See, the reaction that we give says a lot. It shows what side you are. Okay?
Uh-oh.
Now, back to eating. When you go in a restaurant and you sit down, you by yourself. You got a table right here.
Sitting amongst the eating.
You're still eating with them. You're still sitting and eating amongst them. Y'all know that, right?
We ain't eat out of the restaurant.
Now, I'm going to tell you why. Because the restaurant, the origin of restaurants come from Mithraism. Okay, Mithra is a god, a deity of the Romans. Okay? Everybody has a different way to worship these fake gods. One way was, you know what? Instead of having a temple and a priest, we're going to have a house. Everybody could come and partake of the sacrifice. Okay? And you can get paid for it when they come to here. So they pay for the sacrifice of the sacrifice to the deity now. The sacrifice to the deity ain't free no more, like it was back then. It's open to everybody in this place where you could come and sit down and order what you want. You see? Okay? And certain side dishes come from the worship of this Mithraism, this deity. You see in Passover, when Passover comes, Feast of Unleavened Bread comes, everybody has a plate. This is Judaism. Israelites have adapted this from Judaism. They got a plate, you got a boiled egg in there, you got some honey, you got crackers, which they call matzah, right? And horseradish or bitter herbs or whatever. and they say, hey, this is for the bitterness. This is for the sweetness of freedom. This,
Yeah.
the egg, they never said what the egg was for. I'm gonna tell you what the egg is for. The egg stands for fertility.
That's the menstrual cycle of the
That
chicken.
stands for that's the egg stands for fertility. Fertility means female goddess. Female goddess means what you call the ovaries. The ovaries that's the opening that the Lord is over. The woman's ovaries and the canal that leads to. Okay? Do y'all understand now what Chief Shama been telling y'all? So to go and sit down in the movie theater, you can watch the movie at home. You can watch it on your phone while you're walking. You don't have to go in the movie theater. There are things done in the movie theater that are abominable to God. You don't want to be counted amongst that. You might as well go to a Christmas party. It's the same. So stay out those restaurants. These are the things that we got to stop doing that puts us and the heathen in the same bracket. That make God look at us and say, oh, you're the same as them.
Same.
You the same as them. Shabbat, you here? You where you supposed to be? You doing what you're supposed to be? But tonight, you doing something else.
He's a nigga.
You somewhere else. You in the strip club. You in the bar. You here. You there. Well, he said the woman wearing pants. She works. She don't go nowhere, but she works. But behind the counter, she got pants on, saying shalom. Shalom, I don't.
Eat and live with how you live, how you want during the week.
And that's the problem. Y'all reactions are wrong. Tamshi.
Then I commanded, and they cleansed the chambers, and thither brought I again the vessels of the house of God with the meat offering and the frankincense. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them, for the Levites and the singers.
Look. Who's supposed to get ain't getting now. The Levites supposed to get the first. The Levites ain't getting nothing. And those are the priests. That's why they had to wind up leaving the grounds of the temple to go and feed their families. Do you know that?
Yeah.
What the people bring up is how the priest feeds himself and the family. That's the part where God said the Levite belongs to me. I'm his portion. So that you got to bring up, see, God have everything set up as a network.
Right.
And when we go against this, you go against God's network. He has everything set up for the poor. The poor gonna eat. They ain't never gonna be outside shaking no cup. Because we are commanded that look, if your brother come to you and he need,
Give him sufficient for his
because you
needs,
have it.
and that which he lacketh.
I made sure all you guys, whoever don't have it, somebody who don't have it can go to someone who has it. We didn't need a place where you send donations.
Facts.
We didn't need all these government-funded programs.
Facts. We need none of that.
God had all that covered.
Facts.
But when you turn against God, now man funds you these programs, and you gotta go by their rules.
Mm.
You see that? I remember last week you went into a chapter in Apocrypha, and it said in Baruch,
Chapter 3.
chapter 3, and it said because we went against God, he said now we are subject to payments.
That's right.
Man,
That's right.
what we all say, if I ain't had to pay bills, I'd be rich. That's it.
That's it.
That's the payments.
That's
We
it.
gotta pay for taxes, tributes. You gotta pay taxes in this land.
You gotta pay
Right.
to live.
You get paid, right? You get paid, right? But they tax that.
Yeah.
Then you take that money and go buy food, and they tax that.
Man, 8 times.
That means you are still a slave.
Then you gotta pay bills.
And then you gotta pay bills on top of that. And if you late, you're paying more. These are pay. You're subject to payment. If you don't pay, what happens? You outside.
Killing me.
You outside. You don't pay rent, you outside.
Payment plans now.
You really
Okay?
outside
You're
now.
outside for real. And that's not a good thing to be outside.
Outside, oh yeah.
Don't know where your next meal at. But look, God said, I made you subject to that.
That's
So
right.
if you don't want to do that, you gonna pay. You gonna pay. Either way, you're gonna pay. for what our forefathers have done and what we continue. What we're continuing with our forefathers. Don't shake your head. Don't shake your head at what they did, because we are continuing it in the worst way. How are you gonna see the guy? How you see the guy go in this door and get burnt, and then you shake your head and still go in the same door? That's how stupid we are.
Yeah.
We read their mistakes. We read the things that God commended them for, that God condemned them for, and we shake our head and we clap our hands and we go do worse than them.
Go I need.
That's
Go
right.
I need.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Go I need.
What's the problem?
Learning a lesson.
Yeah.
Why are we gathered here?
Go I need.
Why are we reading this?
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose? What's your purpose in life?
That's right.
I'm gonna ask that question.
Serve God.
People always asking, what's your purpose in life?
Serve
Ask
God.
yourself,
Stop sinning presumptuous.
okay?
Serve God and keep His commandments.
Okay? In order to serve God, you gotta stop sinning presumption.
Stop sinning presumptuous.
Stop asking yourself, why am I here?
That's right.
Look. People who hear, why am I here? You're gonna wind up committing suicide. Because you know why people ask that? Because they're not having their way. Their pride is not being fed. And 9 times out of 10, they were introduced to God, and that's people be seeking the God. And when they find God, they don't stick with God either. Not everybody that's searching for God gonna find God and stick with Him.
Yeah, I know.
I'm ready to a lot of people that came here and said, I was searching for God, and I found Him.
Yeah.
And He talking about the Most High, but He not here no more.
That's right.
He gonna be somewhere tomorrow. He waiting for tomorrow.
You're gonna be somewhere.
Time shoot.
Nehemiah chapter 13, verse 10. And I perceived that the portions of the Levites had not been given them. For the Levites and the singers that did the work were fled every one to his field. Then contended I with the rulers and said, why is the house of God forsaken? And I gathered them together and set them in their place.
So everything was off whack. So the rulers was letting it go down, and they was getting paid for that. They weren't. These guys weren't just going against God. Just God just want to go against God. A lot of stuff they were doing, they was getting paid for. So you know what? This religion is about getting paid. All right. It's paganism. Paganism was around before religion. Religion is a reformed monetary program
Yes.
of a fake God
Yes.
taken from paganism.
That's right.
Paganism is what you read about with Nimrod.
Yeah.
Paganism is all those idols that the children of Israel followed and the doings. That's what make you a pagan.
Yeah.
Then later on, they
monetized
took the
it.
paganism and monetized it
Yeah.
into what we call religion.
Yeah.
Regalato, to hold you back from God,
That's
to
right.
hold you back from the
That's
truth. Every holiday that they have is about you buying gifts.
That's right. Spending money.
Spending your money and buying gifts.
Offerings.
Okay, let's go to Leviticus 23. Leviticus 23. Because in this chapter, the days that we're supposed to celebrate or honor or come together is in those days.
That's right.
I mean, in those chapters.
That's right.
Those days are in those chapters. And anything outside of it,
Leave it alone.
we should leave alone.
That's right. God didn't command it.
Even AI tell you, oh, this day wasn't celebrated at all by the Israelites.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to say it. Y'all know what day I'm talking about.
Birthday.
The dreaded birthday.
Yes. Yeah.
I put in birthdays. Deep is an AI called Deep Thinking AI. I put it in. I said, ancient Israelites celebrate birthdays. A lot of stuff came up. All the information that came up said no.
It's wicked, man.
It said no. They didn't celebrate or recognize the day of their birth.
It's a
Okay.
program with all the history. that
And then
they
it got
feed
everything up. Oh, and it came up that the only person that celebrated their birthday in the Old Testament was Pharaoh.
That's right.
And then it said under that, it said, and the children of Israel were commanded not to follow the Egyptians.
That's right.
We were commanded not to hate them, but we were
Leviticus
commanded
18.
not to follow them.
Don't follow
And
the
it said,
Leviticus.
and it had every chapter in the verse. I said, wow, that's AI.
If Pharaoh called the Egyptians celebrate
Okay.
their birthday, they killed them.
Now, back then, only the king
Only the
to
king.
celebrate his birthday.
That's right.
Anybody else, you die.
In time, by the time the Romans came,
Yeah.
right, the king and his nobleman
Right.
or a rich person
Yeah.
was
Right.
able to celebrate their
Right.
birthday.
That's right.
After that, after the Romans,
Yeah.
the world took that.
That's right.
Okay, and the Germans stepped in. Okay, and they had
Made birthday cakes.
a word called Kinderfest.
Uh-huh.
You know, you heard the word kindergarten?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kinder
Children.
means children
That's right.
in German, right? So Kinderfest is a festivity for children.
That's right.
Okay, and that only comes up when a child's birthday come up.
Mhm.
So when the child's birthday come up, they invite all the children. That's what everybody do, right?
Yeah.
Bring your kids, bring your
Birthday
kids. Oh, the
party.
birthday party is a bunch of kids.
Kinderfest.
Or they all go to Chuck. We having a birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese. That's the Kinderfest. That's the German version of celebrating the birthdays. All these things were passed down. And I'm not going to jump the gun. Read. Big history.
Leviticus 23.
23.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts.
So on these days, there's going to be a holy convocation on these days. Okay? It's a mandatory gathering on these days. Time sheet.
6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the
So
Sabbath
the
of rest.
first day we're going to get, the first one is the most important one. The top day. The number one day prescribed by God is the Shabbat day.
That's right.
No other day, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, no other feast day, no other day, no other, look, somebody born on that day, somebody die on that day. Well, I don't care what happens, this day is to be observed from evening to evening.
Yeah. Say it
You
again, brother.
understand that?
Say it
This
again.
day is to be observed from evening to evening.
Yeah.
Because it's about God first.
Yeah.
That's right.
I don't
Yeah,
care
yeah,
what
yeah.
happened in our lives, man.
Yeah.
Yo,
Speak on it.
we have to be strong. It's about the Most High first.
Speak on it.
Because all right, because none of this would be going down if it wasn't for the Most High.
Yeah.
So you can't put nothing before Him.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Talk about
No.
it, man.
Nobody before Him,
Talk about it, man.
or a situation before Him.
Yeah.
Okay. So hey, the Feast of Unleavened Bread happens to pop up. The first day is on the Shabbat. So the rules of the Shabbat don't change.
Yeah.
That's
Say it
right.
again.
That's right. That's right.
You still
cannot
can't cook
that
on this day.
That's right.
You're not gonna be able to make bread on this day.
Say
That's
it.
right. It's gonna happen.
Put
The
it down.
rules of the Shabbat supersede,
Write it down.
okay,
Every day.
all feast days.
Put it down.
Every day.
Okay, the rules of the Shabbat, you can't kindle no fire.
Run it down.
Okay, so you have to. All right, but back in the days, these days didn't fall on Shabbat. They do now. You can't do nothing about it.
That's right.
So now you got to choose. Okay, you can't break one law. Okay, to keep one.
No,
Yeah, talk
don't
about
worry
it, okay?
that.
All right. So God honors the Shabbat more than any other day.
That's right. Read the book.
Yeah.
He rested and ceased from his work.
Right.
Not when he started it. So this is not a day to commemorate the creation.
Yeah. Talk about it, brother.
He said he ceased from his work.
That's right.
That's why. And I want you to do the same thing.
That's right.
And I don't want no fire being involved. The only one that could, and this is another thing. The only one that can ignite a fire on this day was the priest.
That's right.
And the priest got to be active in the place where God chose to place his name. And we don't have that today. He said, so he could make an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
That's right.
Now, this is a key thing right here. We're going to see, I'm going to show y'all something. You read here a little and there a little. And then you may find the going and the comings of God. Thank the Most High. With me, that word is not a may. Everything I ask God to show me nowadays, he shows it to me. He shows it to me so I can do it. Not so I can, hey man, no, so I can do it. Because you could show somebody, you could tell somebody, that don't mean that they're gonna, oh yeah, this is the right thing. No, it's for you first. You do it, show by example.
It'll show when you're living.
Okay? Show by example.
It'll show when you're living.
Yeah, by example, it's gonna come out once you do it. You can't help it. You can't hide it. It says 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. A holy convocation, not meaning that you rest on this day. You do not sleep. Most Israelites sleep the day away. Let's be for real. Let's be for real. Come on, y'all. Don't blank out on me now. Sometimes I need feedback.
Yeah.
I need eye contact.
Yeah.
And I need feedback. Because y'all are my strength too.
Yeah.
And then now I can give you strength. You give it back to me, and we be in here rocking.
Yeah.
That's the pleasure. So I need this communication now. Y'all with me?
Yeah.
Okay?
Verily, my
Okay, because the rest does not mean you sleep the whole day off.
No.
For some reason, you don't want to sleep no other day but today. Look at yourself. Your stomach ain't hurt all week but today. Your tooth ain't hurt all week but today. These are the things that's trying to stop you, using you to stop yourself because of the evil in us.
It's not a delight.
Okay? Even if you're in a little bit of pain, you went to work, you went to school,
Yeah.
you went outside.
Yeah.
Right or wrong.
Sure.
So there's no excuse.
Sure.
Okay? You was early at that appointment. You was early at this appointment. You was early at that appointment. No lateness today. And the holy convocation, everybody has a time starts. Okay? When you was in Sunday service, when you was doing Sunday service, you was there early. You don't see people going late to church. You see everybody going right. So those things does not deplete. Those routines are kept the same for God. Yeah. You can't sleep this day off. Or imagine this day off. Because sometimes we sit there and
Daydream.
here we go. What you gonna do tonight?
Mm-hmm.
What you gonna do as soon as it break?
Yeah.
You got some Israelites that don't know how to stay still on Shabbat. On Shabbat, you have to know how to stay still.
Yeah.
You can't go to every camp today.
That's right.
That means I come to this camp, they're teaching, I sit down for 5 minutes, I don't get nothing out there teachers. I go to another camp. I sit down, I'm not getting nothing.
No.
I'm just floating.
Yeah.
And floaters don't get nowhere with God. Sit down and be still and make your spirit be accustomed to being still. You've been running around, it says 6 days shall work be done. You've been running around for 6 days.
Chill out.
Chill out.
Relax.
Allow yourself to learn.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And holy convocation, you shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations.
Now, look, see? Now, today is a feast day, right? But we can't carry it like a feast day. There's no make merry and drinking wine and cooking up stuff and sharing out stuff and dishing out stuff. Because the rules of the Shabbat supersede the feast day rules.
Right.
So we got to do it with the Shabbat. All right.
They're holy.
Let me tell you, I got to say it too. We can't make up a new day for the Shabbat, on the Shabbat. There's no new titles for the Shabbat day. We can't do that. We're going about this day all wrong. And you know why people do that? So they don't have to go by the rules.
Right. They're trying to go around the rules.
They want to go
Bend
around
for
the
themselves.
rules.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's the problem. Tom Sheep.
Even holy convocations, which you shall proclaim in their seasons. In the 14th day of the first month at even is the Lord's Passover.
Uh-huh.
And on the 15th day of the same month
Uh-huh.
is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord.
Uh-huh.
7 days he must eat unleavened bread.
Uh-huh. Okay, go down to verse 8.
But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord
7 days. That's what the priests do. We don't do that.
Right. Right.
When the feast of unleavened, when the feast of unleavened bread come, when the day of feast of the week of the feast of unleavened bread come, right? From the first day, all throughout every day, the priest, right? The priest has to make an offering made by fire unto God every day of that feast. Tom Sheep.
In the 7th day is an holy convocation. You shall do no servile work therein. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, and ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord to be accepted for you on the morrow after the Shabbat. The priest shall wave it.
Okay. So I said, look. There's sacrifices that go with these days. This is what I'm trying to show you. And there's an offering made by fire. But even today on the Shabbat,
Right.
the priest is the only one that can kindle a fire. He's the only one that offers a fire made unto the Lord.
In the temple.
In the temple,
That's
though.
That's right.
I'm gonna make it clear again. Back then, that's how the setup was. It will not be accepted today. Don't try it. But I'm showing you the network and how God had everything set up. Tamshi.
And you shall offer that day when you wave the sheaf and he lamb without blemish of the first year for a burnt offering unto the Lord. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2 tenth deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto the Lord for a sweet savor.
There you go again. See? An offering made by fire unto the Lord. They detailed this one. Okay? Tamshi.
And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine.
The drink offering. This is why we don't do toast.
Right.
There's no such thing by here. We're taking a toast. Okay? This is why we don't do a moment of silence. Okay? All these things come from worship of deities. Now, the drink offering is the honoring of God for our liquors. Okay? Our wine, our corns, and the fluids that we got, all right? It has to be handled different.
Yeah.
You can't burn that.
No.
Okay?
No.
It's an offering, a wine offering to God. It's presented, and then it's poured where?
On the altar.
On the altar. Not on the floor,
No.
in a moment of silence with somebody.
No.
Not on each other.
Yeah.
Celebration.
No.
Yo, it's a lot of things we're not supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Because the heathens, this is how they live.
That's right.
Okay? So now, he said, hey, before we say today, I'd like to have a toast. Back then, they say to the gods.
That's right.
They never said
They
toast.
never said toast.
They said to the gods.
I still gotta find out where the term toast comes from. Because it means something.
Yeah.
It means something,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But that's an add-on. That's what it was, to the gods. I don't watch movies and they celebrate it to the gods.
That's right.
This guy
Yeah.
and this guy come from 2 different nations.
Yeah.
Okay? And they both got the same gods.
Yeah.
So I said, I look, I saw that. I said, man, me and my brother, Chief Abraham, we was watching a movie. I think it was 300. Was it 300? No. It was
Troy.
Troy.
Yeah.
It was Troy. The night that he stole the wife.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, man, don't be merry. He said, we got a very big victory today. And their mugs was like this. And he said, to the gods. He said, to the gods. And they bashed. Ain't that what they do today? He said, they have a toast and you touch cups.
Right.
We don't do that.
That's right. That's right.
That's how different we are.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do toasts. That's a wine offering to the gods.
That's right.
Okay? The only one that do wine offerings is the priest to the Most High in the place that God chose to place his name there. And the offering and the stuff that he's using, right, come from a holy people. And they didn't buy it from strangers. They didn't buy the animal from the Muslim guy that got his farm down there. Okay? Or for some strange dude that said prayers to strange gods in strange attire. We didn't buy our animals from nobody. They didn't buy the animals. He said, you shall take it out of your herd or your flock. Yours. It's yours. I had it set up to where you got your own stuff, right? And you bring it to me when you feel sorry, when you mess up. And then you priest, you stay here. You don't leave out of there. So you guys, in order for him to eat, you got to bring up the tithes. God don't eat all them fruits. God don't eat them fruits. The priest and his family eat it. He gets a portion of some of these offerings. That's why I say a priest's daughter, if she played a whore in her father's house, she get burned.
That's right.
Facts.
She don't get stoned.
That's right.
She get burned because your status is higher than a regular daughter of Israel because your father's a priest of God. He's been made consecrated to serve God and make an atonement for all of you guys. So you and who your father is make you stand out so you can't do certain things. So you get a penalty that's more richer and deserved than everybody else. Time sheet.
And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the fourth part of an hin.
What's a hin? Anybody know that?
Measurement, a liquid.
It's a measurement, but do we
Measurement.
know?
That measurement?
We don't even know that. How can you say you doing priestly duties and you don't know the measurements?
Measurement.
You don't know what an omer is.
Yeah.
Okay? You don't know what fluid measurements is back then.
That's right.
An ephah, an
Yeah.
omer,
The amount.
a hin, a just hin. God said a just hin, meaning your measurement got to be correct.
Precise.
So precisely
On point.
correct. It can't be over or under. But we don't know the measurement.
That's right.
How am I going to know? So you got to leave that alone.
The outlaw.
The man said common sense would tell you that. The other man said people don't have common sense. Because common sense is regular sense, not wisdom.
Right.
Wisdom don't come to common people.
That's right.
Come through performance of the law.
Kiss from God.
When you perform the laws of God, you are not common no more. Right. But even common people don't have that no more. They're losing their wits.
Oh yeah. The world today?
The world is
Yeah,
stupefied.
yeah, yeah. Dumb.
It's been dummied up.
Yeah.
You have to explain everything.
Yeah.
We don't even got to go into the Most High. You got to explain everything. What does that? Wickedness does that.
Yeah.
Wickedness of man increases. So everything that we call negative or not good or wicked increases in us. Time sheet.
Ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your God. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Shabbat, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering. 7 Shabbats shall be complete, even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath.
Okay,
shall
go down to verse 24. So far, all the days that we covered, there's an offering made by fire unto God. Am I correct?
Right.
All right, let's keep rolling.
Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial.
7th month, that's Tishri, right? Tishri is the 7th month. Okay. The 1st month is Abib. Tishri is the 7th month. But we know what year this Gregorian calendar Abib starts. Around April, right? Around that time. And it's not called Abib because of the month April. It has nothing to do with it.
Right.
All right. Abib, that name was
That
given
was first.
thousands of years before they made the word April.
That's right.
Okay.
Fresh.
All right.
Fresh
But then
shoots.
7 months later, that's around September, October time. That's Tishri. That's the 7th month. So that destroys that Rosh Hashanah thing.
Right.
That destroys
Ain't no New Year.
Rosh Hashanah being the new year because God said the Feast of Booths that comes in the 7th month at the end of the year. That's what God said.
That's right.
He said at the end of the year, so that we don't have a New Year celebration. That's another day. That's another thing we don't see in here.
That's right.
So far, we got Shabbat, Feast of Unleavened Bread, and Feast of Weeks. Now we are embarking on the blowing of the trumpets.
That's right.
Time sheet.
In the 1st day of the month shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and holy convocation.
Blowing this. We blow this all day, every day, all day, every day, all day, every day, to commemorate the day that the Most High introduced himself personally to the people that he called the children of Israel. But he introduced them. It wasn't no regular introduction. He came down in fire, smoky fire, a lot of action, scary action that scared the people so much. They said, "You go over there and talk to God.
Yeah.
You can talk to God because we know nothing happens to you. but we not going because if we go, we die. And they were correct. They were correct. Moses was the only one holy enough to get close to God and speak to God like that. So he used Moses to speak to the people because the people were too far away. So I always say this. Moses is still your teacher. Moses is still our teacher.
That's right.
Because you could read and read about Moses and learn from him. Learn the reactions, the right reactions. Learn the right thing to do when this happens. Time sheet.
You shall do no servile work therein,
Uh-huh.
but you shall offer an offering made by fire.
There we
unto the
go
Lord.
again. On the piece of blowing of the trumpets. It's an offering made by fire. On every one of these days, the priest has an offering made by fire. Keep rolling.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, also in the 10th day of the 7th month, there shall be
A day
a day of
of
atonement.
atonement.
It shall be in holy convocation.
That's Yom Kippur. That's the day of fasting.
Right.
The day of remembering your sins. That's the day that the priest makes an atonement for the whole nation.
That's right.
Okay? And he prepares 10 days before the day of Yom Kippur. Because he got to clean himself, his house. All right? Himself and his house before he can do this and for Israel. He has to be on a high level of holiness, set apart for real, in order to take all of our sins and confess it to God.
Bear it.
And hold it
That's right.
here and transfer it
That's right.
here. Y'all better start believing this, man.
That's right.
Sin is real. And God had a waste disposal system of getting rid of sin.
Wow.
A waste disposal. But the waste is sin.
Yeah.
But it's gone now.
Right.
So you got to dispel it yourself. I got to get rid of it myself.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go now.
Uh-oh.
There's nowhere to go now. We threw all that away.
Ain't no scapegoat.
Ain't no scapegoat, no none of that. I'm the scapegoat. I got to make myself the scapegoat by feeling guilty for what I've done.
Okay.
And make repairs.
That's right.
That's going to come once I feel guilty. I have to feel guilty first.
That's right.
That comes automatically. When you believe, everything else comes automatically. Y'all don't understand that? The first step is to believe what you're reading.
That's right.
Then you will feel guilty.
Right.
If you believe what you read, you're going to feel guilty. You're going to say, oh, wow, so I was wrong when I did that. That's the first thing of acknowledging. Time sheet.
It shall be in holy convocation unto you, and you shall afflict your souls. And
how you afflict your souls? How do we afflict our souls? By cutting? Or I do afflict myself by cutting my wrists? By putting pain? Do I put pain on my physical?
The only way to afflict your soul is by
Because
fasting.
he said, afflict my soul. This is not my soul. This is my hand. This is my flesh. How do I get that spirit that got me sinning against God? How do I affect him? How do I get his attention?
Starve the nigga.
I starve him. Starve him.
That's right.
You starve that cat and watch how he acts.
Oh yeah, brother.
You see it?
Humble up. You asked up, you don't eat for a whole
Look,
day.
we had a cat. I had personal beef with my brother, Chief Shaman. They had a personal thing, like enmity. But when she was hungry, she go meow, meow. She walked right up to Shaman. And she didn't like him. She got along with everybody else except Shaman. But when she was hungry, she walked right up to him. He said, the ox know what his master's going. You're going to remember. So hunger is what's going to break that pride. It does more than humble you.
That's right.
We need more than humble. We need our pride broken. You need your feelings hurt. You need to be embarrassed. Yeah, some of us are so stubborn, we need to be embarrassed.
Okay.
Not everybody, but you got stubborn ones. They got high pride. They get it. They got to get a special spotlight because you're already on the spotlight when you get pride. Okay, all these things got to get cut. Where we at?
Leviticus 23, verse 27, the end of the verse.
Uh-huh.
And you shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
So that's how you afflict your souls, by depriving yourself of food. That's when your body start getting weak, your mouth start getting dry. And that's when, for some strange reason, you start thinking about the things you did wrong before God.
Right.
You didn't have to say no prayer or nothing.
Right.
That eating ain't no joke. God know what he did when he made us.
That's right.
Fail-safe mechanisms.
Yeah, the spirit will
Triggers.
control itself.
We have triggers and fail-safe mechanisms in us. You know the fail-safe mechanism?
Yeah.
You got something in you, but you gotta have some righteousness in you to have this. You got something in you that, wait a minute, you know what? I'm being faulty before God. Let me stop. That's a fail-safe mechanism. Okay? When the machine stops, shuts itself down because it's too much juice going in or out.
Yeah.
Or you put the wrong information in.
Protect
Or so
yourself
protect yourself.
from blowing up.
That's what we need.
Yeah.
Okay? We got too many triggers, the things that make us go off. I've been through this. I got PTSD. Now everybody got PTSD.
Everybody got something.
Everybody got it now.
Everybody got
Where we get this from?
PTH.
How come everybody
They
got
want
it?
you to believe that you're sick.
ZEFG.
That's what it is.
Everybody goes
They
through
brainwash you.
Everybody goes through
As
trauma.
long as you believe you're
Look,
sick, you
look,
fucking
look,
powerful.
look. Job went through trauma.
That's right.
Nobody went through what Job went through.
He ain't come out with.
Tell me how, and then the way he had it. One guy come and tell him this. After he finished, another guy come tell him.
In the
After he
same
finished,
day.
and all of it is death.
Yeah.
Yo.
Yo.
He said, you can't handle the truth. You can't handle what they went through. But you're going to have to.
No.
To prove yourself like they did.
That's right.
Oh, you go somewhere, you go to St. Louis, and then they snatch your woman. Yeah, get him out of here. That's what Abraham went through. That's what Isaac went
That's
through.
right. That's right.
Okay?
Right.
You, oh man, there go my brothers. I'm happy to see my brothers. Come here. That's what Joseph went through.
That's right.
But they all know why they went through these things. Okay? Anna and her 7 sons, before they died, one of the sons said, look, man, you can cut everything off. You can do whatever you want and kill me.
That's right.
God is going to give it back to me.
That's right.
That ain't metaphor.
No. Yeah.
That wasn't metaphoric.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no,
He said, kill me.
Yeah.
Take my sinews. Cut my tongue out.
Yeah.
He said, because in the time to come, God will give me back my sinews and give me back my muscles and give me back. He said, what you, Antiochus Epiphanes?
As for thee.
As for thee.
Yeah.
Your ending is not going to be the same. We're going to die. We're both going to die. But my ending after I die is going to be different than yours. Y'all better start reading this book and believing what y'all read. Talking about that's it after you die. That's it after you die. All David talk about is coming back.
Word. Y'all reading?
Oh, he asked to come back.
Y'all reading this?
And God said he's in the future, he is going to put David to sit upon the
That's
throne.
right. Rule over them all.
Yeah, he getting that spot back.
He getting his spot back.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
You, no. Abraham ain't get the land
He
yet.
getting that
He's gonna
back.
possess
His
it.
children got it.
But he
He
will.
didn't even get to see it.
Yeah.
Moses only got to see it. He didn't get to live it. Now these things got to be completed. According to the promise God made these men, it's going to be completed in the hereafter. For it to come. So y'all believe Harry Potter more than y'all believe this book. Y'all believe witchcraft books more than y'all believe this book.
Yeah.
Y'all believe the astrology more than you believe this book. Cause yourself to believe it, man. It will drive you more. And when God show you more, you're gonna be happy. That's the pleasure. You're gonna be, and then you're gonna want more, like a drug addict. Yeah. After a while, this becomes like a drug. Anything that you go into this deep is an addiction. But this is a good addiction. God wants you to be addicted to his ways and his commandments.
Yeah.
No 12-step, no 12-step, 10-step, 10 commandments. That's the program he wants us on. Time sheet.
And you shall do no work in that same day,
Uh-huh.
for it is a day of atonement,
Uh-huh.
to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God.
Right.
But whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people.
Afflicted means you ate. Afflicted means you drunk. And if you did that, you're cut off. You're still here, but you're cut off. You don't want that. Time sheet.
And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. You shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a
Go
Sabbath
down to
of
verse
rest.
36.
7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. On the 8th day shall be an holy convocation unto you. And you shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It is a solemn assembly. You shall do no servile work therein.
Now, besides these days, we were introduced to weaning. When you wean, when a woman is breastfeeding her child,
Yeah.
right? And she takes him when it's time for him to come off the breast. They call that the weaning process.
Yeah.
When the child is weaned, Abraham threw a feast.
Right.
He threw a party.
That's right. When Isaac was
The
born.
priests were not required to do anything on that day,
Right.
but it was allowed by God to have this celebration.
Right.
This is the things we are supposed to follow.
Right.
That's not in the commandments.
Right.
But we're not saying it don't say thou shalt have a weaning party, but Abraham did it, and God said, follow Abraham.
Right.
So stop playing games, Israel. Y'all play too many games. You cannot come to learn about God with the games that you played with outside. Stop it. What you read, you need to accept. You say, when you seek the Lord, you're going to find him, right?
That's right. You seek him with all your
How
heart,
you
all your
find
soul.
them? When you find them, you say, okay, this is it. You accept it.
That's right.
If I don't accept, I didn't find him.
You obey.
Y'all understand that part?
That's right.
If I don't accept what I read, I did not find God. That's why I say a lot of people say they're searching for God, and they came here and they were Israelites, and they're not Israelites no more. That means when they came here, the time that they was here, they were playing around, man. And they were disassembling in their hearts and out their mouth everything that they heard. Everything that was being taught to them out the book. Anywhere they went, I don't care if it was here, Shema, DCB, anywhere you go, you're going to hear law. There's always going to be disassemblers.
Yeah.
There's levels of laws done differently everywhere. But it takes the person to sit down there and disagree with it. That's why you're not going to be here too long. There are it's people out here that used to be sitting where you sit. It's people that live on this block that used to be sitting where y'all sit. It's people in this hood that's sitting, used to be sitting where y'all sit. Okay? Don't be like them. Because they know too. You know and they know. What's the difference? Doing, lasting, enduring. Endure means under any affliction, pain, or pressure, just don't get changed. That's what that means. Y'all understand that?
Right.
He said, by any means necessary, get this done. That's what that means. Tell she.
These are the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord, a burnt offering, and a meat offering, a sacrifice, and drink offerings, everything upon his day. Beside the Sabbaths of the Lord, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your freewill offerings which ye give unto the Lord. Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And you shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees.
That's the Feast of Booths. And we also have the new moon, right? Which is really the head of the month.
That's right.
Okay. The reason why it's called the new moon is because you don't see the moon around this time.
Right.
And they say that it's renewing itself because you see the moon in different phases. That's just to let you know what time of the month it is. Y'all know that?
That's right.
When it's a quarter crescent, that means you're 25 days in or out, or 25 more days to go. Y'all understand that? The sun, moon, and stars, they're here for your time. That's where you get your clock from. That's it. There is no prayer to be said when some phenomenon goes on up there, like an eclipse or a shooting star. Okay? All these things, you ain't never seen nobody do that. You never even heard of an eclipse there. It happened, but you didn't hear them saying nothing about it. When you go to the Mayan temple, they got a temple built for an eclipse. Do y'all understand? There's a lot of things we cannot indulge ourselves in. All right?
Okay.
That from back then, it was made clear. The Most High told these people, do not, I got you. He said, I got you now. You're clear of all of this stuff around you. Don't follow them. And I got to bring you over here to those guys called Canaanites. I promise, yeah, over there, it's called the Canaanites. I promise your father Abraham that you gonna get that land. But you can't follow what they do when you get there. And if you read Leviticus chapter 18, the Canaanites did every abomination alive and possible. And guess what? We went and followed them. Incest, eating unclean, but past eating unclean, he ate roadkill. Unclean animals that died of itself. Okay? We followed them. We let our daughters and our sons marry into them. We start falling in love with them and their gods. Time sheet.
And you shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees, and willows of the brook. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. And you shall keep it a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations.
Okay, so all these days that I mentioned, what we doing celebrating birthdays? What are we doing celebrating New Year's Day? What are you doing with a Hanukkah bush? Hanukkah was not ordained by God in Leviticus 23, because this happened. This is a historical day. This is a day that happened later on in history. Okay, the altar of burnt offering, the burnt offering altar, where we put our sacrifices on, it got desecrated, it got polluted. It took swine's flesh and put it up there. So we can't use it no more. So, but we can't destroy it either.
Right.
So we put it to the side.
Right.
And we figured out, okay, you know what? We made a new burnt offering altar and dedicated it to God. And that's the meaning of Hanukkah. That's it. The rededication of a new burnt offering altar. That's it.
Not the temple.
That's
No
it.
candles
Not no
burning
temple,
miraculously.
nothing about oils,
None of that.
no candles, no menorah,
No
no
gifts.
gift giving, no
None of that.
nothing. It is the rededication of the burnt offering altar. That's it.
That's all it is.
That's what got polluted. We couldn't use it no more. We put it to the side,
That's all
got a
it
new
is.
one, rededicated it, and said, because of this, every year at this time, we're going to have a party.
Yeah. Like,
And I'm going to give out portions of food,
Yeah.
not gifts,
Like unto the
wrapped
Feast
up
of
in red
Tabernacles.
ribbons,
Like unto the Feast of Tabernacles.
like under the Feast of Tabernacles. Okay? And they said they were commanded to keep that year by year, but we don't have to keep it. Do we know why we say that? Where is our burnt offering altar? Where is the rededicated burnt offering altar?
Right.
Where is it? That's the reason why they was keeping it as a feast every year, because of this. Now it's gone. When it left, they stopped celebrating it.
Nothing to celebrate that. Just remember.
It's nothing to celebrate now. It's a remembrance.
That's it.
Okay? Stop letting things that you have. Oh, it was just devastating. That's Hanukkah. Well, be quiet, man. Be quiet and listen. Listen and learn. Stop being so emotional. You're going to hear about a lot of things you got to stop doing. You're going to hear about a lot of things that you're doing that is evil before God. Tom sheet.
And you shall keep it a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year.
In the year.
It shall be a statute forever in your generations. You shall celebrate it in the 7th month. You shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelites
live in
born shall dwell in booths.
Look, all these days, to blow the horn, new moon, got the weaning parties. What else? What else? That was accepted by God.
Purim.
Oh, Purim,
Right.
the time of Esther.
Yeah. Not about wearing
It's
masks.
not about wearing disguises.
No. It's
Okay?
about getting candy
That
from kids.
is Babylonian Talmud. That come from the Talmud. Remember, these people were Persians.
Word.
They were right next door to Assyria and Babylon, far away from Jerusalem. She was told to hide who she was so she don't get killed
That's right.
because of who she was. She didn't walk around with a disguise. She just didn't reveal who she really was.
Right.
See, you want to follow Halloween, that's all.
Yeah.
You want to buy you any day that involves candy, giving out candy, giving out gifts is no good for us, man.
Yeah.
Because that is the worship of the deity. The gift giving is because the deity, we're not in front of the deity, the statue.
Yeah.
The sacrifice, the party and the offering, that's the stuff we eat. No, what's the food? That's the sacrifice of that deity.
That's right.
It's a celebration of that.
Dedicated.
Okay? So on the birthdays, does the priest go? Does the priest go and make an offering of fire made by fire on your birthday?
No.
The next day is his birthday. He got to go back in there and do it again. The next day is his birthday. He got to go back and do it again. The next day is his birthday. It's her birthday. It's her because he got to cover for the whole nation. So every day he's making an offering of fire for the Lord by fire for somebody's birthday.
No.
Now think about that.
Okay.
No.
Think about that. All days that God accepted, that he commanded, is in this book. And we read about unholy men that celebrated these other. Yeah, I'm coming down on birthdays. I'm getting tired of it, man. I used to celebrate them. So what?
Right.
It stopped.
That's right.
Once you start believing this, it stopped.
Right.
And you still get a little, when that time come around, you gotta be on top of yourself.
That's
Be on
right.
top of it.
That's right.
Nothing special happens while this time come now because it's gonna be considered for my birthday.
Don't let your woman
Nothing
remind you.
special. Don't
let your woman remind you.
Why you
Baby,
remind? No.
it's my
I'm gonna be
birthday.
mad. Don't remind me.
That's right. Let me forget.
If you Israel, I expect that from the heathen.
Straight up.
Hey man, happy birthday, man. But you not supposed to be telling me this.
Stop being a henpeck.
October Memorial. God didn't tell me to remember the day of my birth because I can't remember it. Yeah.
It's only born 1 year.
How about that? Let's do it. Common sense.
Right.
You put common. We don't even need wisdom for it. Common sense will tell you this day is not for us. It is the number one day of Satan worshipers.
Yeah.
It's the highest day because it's about you.
That's right.
Gifts are for you. I can do what I want. It's my birthday. I can cry what I want. No. In the hustle world, the clients come. Hey man, it's my birthday. Let me get one.
Word.
Man, get out of here. You're a grown ass man. Get out of here. That's how deep it is with the you did that. I thought y'all said it was for the kids. With that, I hope you got what was bought and what to be bought for the rest of the day. Yeah, you just wanted to bring it. I got you. I got you.
You ain't gonna get away that fast.
We ain't had it in a long time.
You tried to cut it 2 minutes
Look,
early.
look, I forgot we had it. No, I see 1:30. That's the time I gotta come down. I don't go over, I don't go under.
That's right.
Shalom alaikum.
Shalom alaikum.
I'm gonna call up another teacher of deeds, Prince Zakaria. Yeah.
The Bronco.
Johnny, you walk on red.
Right there.
Bronco.
Yeah, man, see the swag.
Swag it off, brother. Swag it off, brother. Swag it off.
All right, move. First things first. Giving all honor and praise to the Most High God, who sitteth in the seat of judgment, whose throne is inestimable, the Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, the high and lofty one, who inhabiteth eternity, who has no counselor and none to consort with him. He who has reigned from the beginning, before any creature was formed, or any green shoot shot forth, before the foundations of the earth were laid, before the legions of angels first assembled. Yea, he who possessed wisdom, ere the waters were parted asunder, or the winds of the firmament ever blew. He alone, the dreaded one, did reign, still reigns, and shall reign over all things forever. From everlasting to everlasting, El Shaddai, the Almighty God, the creator of all life, who made man in his own image, to whom he gave a heart of flesh, and has imparted him with the 5 operations of Elohim, eyes to see, ears to hear, smell, and taste, that he might enjoy the pleasures of eating and drinking, whereby he may obtain strength and healing from the foods and medicines of the earth that he made for him. And feeling also both to the touch and in the inward parts, to know what was in his heart, whether he would serve Elohim his maker or no. And besides these, he endowed him with good sense and reason and speech to interpret the things that are seen and heard, that he might comprehend and articulate his thoughts, becoming fully aware, possessing the power to make sound decisions. And in his abounding loving kindness, he granted him understanding, yea, and knowledge also, that he might have withal to pursue the things that are pleasing to the Lord and depart from evil. He to whom all honor, worship, and praise is due, the omnipotent God, God of the Hebrews who made the sea and the dry land, the God of Abraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, the God of Israel, the true and living God, the author of love, time, life, and sound, who spake and it was created, for all things are done at the words of his mouth, who breathed life, the one spirit, into our first father Adam, from whom we all are come to the world, which he made for the serving, nurturing, and nourishment of man, his most precious creation, to whom he gave his most righteous law, for righteousness belonging to him alone, who is just in all things, who keep his covenant and mercy with them that love him, and keep his commandments to 1,000 generations, even to the seed of his beloved Abraham, even to us, the children of Israel, Ben Isaac and Maccabim, the sons of the ancient Maccabees. For he is our God, the ancient of days. For before the day was, is he, the God of the spirits of all flesh, El Quanah, the jealous God, El Rakum, the merciful God, El Rapha, the God of healing, the one and only true healer, Hagadol, the great, Agibor, the mighty, Hanorah, and the terrible, Elohim Zebaot, the Lord of hosts is his name. He is the King of glory. Blessed be the glorious name of his kingdom forever and ever. For he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Giving due respect to the chief men, princes, dignitaries, officers, mothers in Israel, brothers and sisters, I stand before you this day, Prince Zachariah, a title bestowed upon me by the order of Chief Eleazar ben Lewi ben Dodo, aka Matithia, father of the house of the Maccabees, my teacher and leader, in whose honor I speak and continue the legacy of his name, works, and teachings in the name of our God, and the holy law given us at the mouth of his prophet Moshe, reinstituted by and in accordance with the protocol set forth by Nasi Yaakov, head knock of all the Hebrews, teacher, leader, and founder of Ben Isaacim, the first Hebrew Israelite congregation in the United States of America, whither we have been exiled because of our sins and the sins of our fathers, whom our God commissioned to bring his people together to the intent that he might open our eyes, give us ears to hear, a heart to perceive, as it is this day, so that we may keep his commandments, return to him, and repair the breach. I bid you have the ancient tongue of our fathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Before we get into the book, I learned something this week. You see, the book teaches us in the Proverbs, in Ecclesiastes, it says a wise man's eyes are in his head,
Right.
but a fool's eyes are in the ends of the earth. For years, that verse baffled me as to the depths of what it meant. A wise man's eyes are in his head, right? Because all of our eyes is in our head, ain't that right? It's all of our eyes is inside of our head. But it's not talking about his physical eyeball being in his eye socket. A wise man's eyes are in his head. He's constantly reflecting.
Self.
He's constantly looking inside himself.
Self. Facts.
Somebody asked me,
Facts.
where's the first place that a person looks when they're seeking God? Some people say, well, you got to look at the Torah. You turn to the Torah. That's the first place you're going to look. But there's one place that you're going to look before you get to the Torah. And you're going to look inside yourself. And you're going to ask God to show you. When somebody is seeking God, they're going to turn to him and ask God to show them the truth. They're going to ask God. They could be, you got people seeking them from all walks of life. Ain't that right? I say it all the time. Some find JC, some find Lulu, some find Lala, some find Boo Boo. Right? and all the gods of the people.
Right.
But some find the God of Israel.
That's right.
That's because we're not here by mistake.
That's right.
But before you found the God of Israel, you asked in your heart, you were looking inside yourself to find God.
That's right.
Before you went to any book, you were looking and you made a decree, you made a consent in yourself that I'm going to seek God. I'm going to do what's right.
Mhm.
And if you haven't made that decree within yourself, then you're here for the wrong reasons.
That's right.
If you just want to join and be a part of something, go join the boys club.
That's right.
You want to be a part of something or you want to fight for something, then join the army.
Join the Boy Scout.
Join the Boy Scouts. But if you want to serve God,
That's right.
then you have to make a conscious mind in yourself, a conscious consent in yourself that you're going to serve God. And when you find it, you're going to walk therein. You're going to do it because this is not tokenism.
That's right.
We don't come here to put on fringes and to show up once a week
Yeah.
and be dedicated one day a week and say, I'm an Israelite.
Yeah.
And now I belong to something.
Right.
And I did it. No. This is for the rest of our days.
That's right. That's right.
So he said a wise man's eyes are in his head because that wise man is constantly reflecting on himself,
Uh-huh.
correcting himself,
Uh-huh.
looking on his own ways.
Mhm.
I kept hearing it like my brothers, like my teachers was setting me up today. And my brother started talking about empathy. I said, oh, they start talking about reflecting on yourself. My other brother here said you got to correct yourself. You can't find this and you ain't doing it. You ain't found it if you're not doing it.
Right.
So it's constant correction that we're
That's right.
supposed to be applying to ourselves. And you can't correct yourself unless you're watching your ways. Unless you are questioning yourself, is this right before God? Sometimes, oh man, I love those definitions today. My brother broke it down. What was it? Anticipatory guilt.
Anticipate.
You know what anticipatory guilt is? That before you do it, you anticipate that it's something that's going to make you guilty, so you hold yourself back from doing it.
Facts.
So just because a man is seeking God, or because we have a certain level or knowledge of God, that don't make us wise. You know what makes us wise? And listen, I'm going to tell you something else. It's not if you don't sin that makes you righteous. Righteousness is not determined by whether you sin or not. Righteousness is determined by what you do after the fact.
Facts.
Yeah. Talk about it, bro.
Can't leave it.
What do you do after you sin?
That's right. I said that.
Talk about it.
I said, you setting me up, brother.
That's right.
You setting me up.
You're right.
Righteousness is determined
Right.
by what you do after you sin. That's why King David is such a great example. King David is such a great example of what to follow when we sin. Okay, Isaiah 51 said, look to the rock from whence you were hewn and the hole of the pit from whence you was dug. Look to Abraham, look to Sarah. So men look to follow Abraham. Women look to follow Sarah. But why I say King David is such a great example for us? Because unlike Abraham, we are sinners. And David is a fine example to show us what to do and how to carry yourself for the rest of your life now that you acknowledge that you sinned.
That's right.
Here's the key. Now that you acknowledge that you sinned. I said, my brother's been setting me up all day. My brother, Chief Mikael, said, if you don't acknowledge it, you're not going to make improvements. That's why when you go to an AA or an NA meeting, they say, John, are you ready to participate? And John said, I'm not ready. He said, John, did a couple weeks go by, John, are you ready? He said, I'm ready now. It's okay, John, go ahead, stand up, John.
What do you say?
My name is John,
And what?
and I'm an alcoholic.
Gotta admit it.
All right, good job, John. He did it.
John, denial no.
Now you can share your story,
Now
John.
you saw.
But before you say that, you can't participate.
You can't participate unless
You know
you
why?
gotta acknowledge.
Because the AA psychs and the NA psychologists realize natural human behavior, that if we don't admit our fault, there will be no reparation. There will be no correction.
No action. That's right.
So God knew this too. That's why we're gonna go into some law today, where God's gonna show us the pattern of how you start the repentance, of how we get right with God after you have sinned. That's what's important to us, because yes, we should follow Abraham and be like Abraham, but unlike Abraham, we have sinned. I read in this book, in the prayer of Manasseh specifically, in the Apocrypha, where he said, repentance was made for sinners like unto me. He said, not for men like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who have not sinned before thee.
No doubt, bro. Without that, he didn't sin.
So I learned something this week. And that learning came through a process of first my behavior and my feelings and then I spoke, and then afterwards I reflected on it. Because again, like what my brother was setting me up talking about empathy, you can't serve God without empathy.
No.
Empathy is not sympathy, and empathy is two different things. Sympathy is I can sympathize with you because I've been through what you've been through. I know how you feel, brother.
Right.
So because I know how you feel, I could sympathize with you.
Right.
Empathy is when I have not been through what you've been through.
That's right.
And I can still imagine what it must feel like, to the point where I'm putting your shoe on my
You
foot.
can do that. Yes, you can.
Right.
And we have that ability.
Yes, you can.
You know why we have that ability? Because God gave us the ability to reason.
Mhm.
So you can say, well, if this is like this and this is like this, then that must mean this.
Mhm.
You're able to deduce and figure things out. We'll figure everything out, but I can't figure out and try to understand how you feel it.
Mhm.
I can't figure out and understand how somebody that has went through this thing here that I haven't experienced, how it affects their behavior, how it affects their mood, how it affects their self-esteem. Right? Because in this, when we are people that accepted strangers,
Yeah.
when we are people that showed the hospitality of Abraham to strangers,
That's right.
we didn't say, nah, I don't know about what you're going through, man, but I'm busy over here. We stop what we doing to accommodate others. Ain't that right?
Like Elisha? Was it Elisha? For that heathen king? Do that with the buttons.
He said, for Naaman,
Yeah.
the general,
He was a heathen.
the general in the army of Assyria. That's right.
Show him that there's a
There's a God in Israel. That's right. And so we have to take these things into consideration, because what I learned this week is that even though you're trying to show someone the principles of what is right or wrong, and you could be right, you still have to put yourself in their shoes to try to understand what they're going through. Because if the purpose is for the message to be received and applied, I can't disregard the audience or the person who I'm dropping it on, because then they're not gonna feel like I care.
True.
Listen, let me tell you a secret. Something I learned outside of this in the world. People won't care unless you care.
That's right.
So they don't care about what you're talking about if you show you don't care about them.
Right.
Facts.
If you show you don't care about them, I don't want to hear that, man. I gotta hear nothing he say, man. He don't care about me. And they ain't gonna say that. That's a natural human reaction. So if my intentions was good for out of love for my brothers, or out of love for my brother or my neighbor, then I will consider what he's going through. I will consider his plight. I will consider
His position,
his
situation. Yeah.
his situation.
That's right.
That's what this law teaches us, to
That's
have a
right.
heart.
That's right.
So I had to step back and say, I will not respond.
I got you.
And even though I still believe that the point I was making was correct. And I see it in here.
Mhm.
But that's not the point, man. That's not that. Listen, one thing I keep saying over and over again, and God's showing me, man, you got to apply this to yourself too, man. You tell the people this every week, but it don't only fit your shoe and your situation when you realize it was something for your benefit.
Yeah.
It fits you also when you don't agree with it. And that statement is what I've been quoting almost every week in the Proverbs. We say, man devises his own way. Proverbs 16:9. Man devises his own way, but God directs his steps.
That's right.
So I can't forget that it went down the way it was supposed to go down because God directed it that way. God's still in charge.
Yeah.
Look, let me show you how deep it is. The serpent came to Eve. Ain't that right?
Right.
Because he knows that she's going to give it to Adam.
Right.
And Adam's going to eat of it. And that was the objective. To turn mankind away. It's not, I can't just get her only. If I get him, he going to come to his senses and say, I was tricked. He going to give it to her. Can't break Adam, number one. That's why he ain't come to Adam.
That's right.
He found a loophole on how to get to man. And if we're paying attention, men, this is how he got to men from the beginning of time, even until today.
That's right.
He go through his woman.
Huh?
And because he know that man softens himself for his woman. Man softens up for his woman and he will listen to her. That's why you heard certain men like Abraham. These are keys, man. Abraham would not hearken to the voice of Sarah until God stepped in and said, hearken to the voice of thy wife and putting away Ishmael. Now, not to say you can't listen to nothing that she say. If she's correct and it makes sense and is according to the principles of wisdom and it corresponds with what we read in the book, then it's fine.
Facts.
If it's about what color the curtains are, let her have that. What you arguing with her for about stuff like that? That's frivolous.
That's right.
Don't get down. Don't get down and argue or try to shut your woman down on everything. I'm the man. God put me in charge. I say what color the curtains are.
Very good example.
Because you have men. I'm using that as an example because men do this in their houses about things that's not even pertaining to law.
That's right.
Just because you want to big up your chest. And
That's
I'm gonna
right.
tell you, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. And you need to check yourself because that's a psychological defect. And you know what it is? That's insecurity. Thank you, brother. It's insecurity that I gotta. And anytime you see a man have to enforce his authority, that man is insecure. He doesn't understand the magnitude of his authority.
That's right.
Therefore, he wants to abuse it to make everybody know I'm in charge. I'm this. I'm Chief Hooga Hooga.
That's right.
Nah, man.
That's
Don't
right.
go like that, man.
That's right.
This way of life is about humility is the beginning of righteousness.
That's right.
Listen, and if humility is the beginning of righteousness, and righteousness is the performance of the law, and wisdom coming through the performance of the law, then it's safe to say that without humility, you cannot obtain wisdom.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm breaking law.
Okay then.
So
Okay then.
what are we talking about today? We're talking about how to make repairs, how to reflect on oneself, what to do after the fact that you realize that you sinned.
Okay.
How you do that? Well, first it takes humility.
That's right.
Because a great example again with King David that my brother Chief Shama brought. Nathan the prophet said, "Thou art the man." King David said, wait, who are you talking to? I'm the king. Who do you think you're talking to like that? King David didn't say, oh, no. It wasn't even like that. Don't try to make that the same case of what I did. That was different.
That sounds familiar.
I hear that a lot.
I know what happened. You wasn't even there.
He wasn't even there.
What's his excuses?
But what did he say? And you can almost hear his remorse in reading the word.
I have sinned.
So he said it, no?
Probably put his head down.
Put his head down.
Definitely, I've sinned. You know he did because he's repentant. And we saw it in his actions after that.
That's right.
So today we're going to go over, because this is important to us, because we like to talk about the laws that we doing.
Uh-huh.
We like to big up our chest and I do this law, I do that law. And sometimes it's only the laws that people can see. And we think that it ends there, that it stops there. Because we're not doing this to serve God. We're doing this to show man. That's what we're doing it for. Some of us.
That's it.
And if we're doing it to show man, then it's about what I look like or what I do in your eyes that you could see.
Right. Right.
But what happens when you behind closed doors?
When you by yourself.
What happened when you by yourself?
That's right.
Hey, what happened when you got locked up and you was in that cell by
Yeah,
yourself and they
talk
slide
about
that
it,
tray
Drunko.
under to you?
Yeah.
Did you eat?
What you eating in there?
Did you eat that tray?
Uh-huh. Man, stop playing, man.
Secret thing.
Some of us been through that. If we have the badge
Mhm.
of honor to wear because we did not eat. Captain Burns.
Captain Burns.
My brother got there years later and said there was two here. There was two here like you. Hold on. There was two here that was just like you. And guess what? They didn't eat either.
Facts.
So I will give you the same thing that they got.
What you want to eat?
Fruits and vegetables.
Facts.
We was like, Daniel, give us pulse
Yeah.
and water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That meal again with water.
Yep.
The beans
The beans and water, that's right.
Start making your woman give you that bloody slab, brother.
Yeah. Read the law,
Break it
man.
down for that woman.
And so we need to be in tune with what we're reading in this book and recognize that all of this is about two things when you read this law. It's about how you treat people,
Right.
and how you feel about people.
Right.
All of this is that. Because if you feel a way, I feel my love is for God, then you got to show that love to people because God commanded you to treat people a certain way.
Right.
God is merciful, man, so I'm going to be merciful. Yeah, well, guess who the mercy is supposed to be extended to? People.
Right.
Why you hear me say all the time, to love thy neighbor is to love God. Was it not God that said, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself?
Uh-huh.
That's right. That's right.
So how you going to love God, but you don't love your neighbor?
That's right.
And then you can't go by your definition of what love is. You got to go by what the books show us what love is. We don't know what love is.
No.
We think love is hugs and kisses, telling you what you want to hear.
No.
Pat me on the back.
No.
If he agree with me, man, that's my dog right there. You know what I'm saying? If she agree with me, then she love me. But don't let your woman try to check you about something that you said was lawful and right.
Uh-oh.
Now all of a sudden, who you trying to correct me? I taught you the law. You don't know nothing. And she's right. And she's right. If it's concerning the law, see, this is what we humble ourselves to. The word of God. It don't matter whose mouth it's coming out of. It could come out of the mouth of a child. And if it's correct, according to law, you bow down. You humble yourself to it. Because we here to serve God. We're not here to serve ourselves.
Right.
Yeah. Or your woman or your friend. Who else you here to serve? Your parents. You're here to serve your parents.
That's right.
That's what honor is. Honor is doing, it said, do service unto your parents as to your masters. That's what the book says, ain't that right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to go into, let's start with Leviticus chapter 5. Okay, from the top, Tom Sheet.
Leviticus chapter 5. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen
I
or
want to
known
point out
of it,
something about when it says a soul. In the Hebrew, it says nefesh. Remember, I said we need to learn the language so that we can start thinking in Hebrew and stop thinking in English.
Right.
In Hebrew, anytime it says a nefesh, it's talking about a person that is alive.
Right.
It's not talking about a spirit
Right.
that is not of a person
Right.
that is alive.
Right. Talking about the person.
The word for spirit is ruach.
Ruach. That's right.
Same word for wind.
Mhm.
You can't see the wind. You can't
Can't
see the spirit. But
Right.
you can see a nefesh
Right.
because it's the person
It's the person.
that you're looking in front of. Now, the nishmat is the breath of life. That's what gives us life. That's what God breathed into Adam. Start thinking in Hebrew and stop thinking in English.
Right.
That's a translation that King James called the nefesh, or the translators rather say, the Hebrew scholars of the times, whatever times of the translation that you're reading, translated nefesh to soul. But if like we always say, the book tell us what words mean. You're not going to find in this book where it says a nefesh and it's speaking about a spirit. You're always going to find nefesh is speaking about a person. That's why it says if a nefesh transgress, when nefesh ki teketa, if a person transgress, okay, and that's the soul, the person. Tom Sheep.
And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Who is he supposed to utter it to?
Yeah.
Okay. And we had laws that had to be enforced by men. So here's the problem. If you transgress, or you let's make it a real thing. You brought in something unclean or something abominable into the camp, and I told the head, you're gonna say I snitched on you. It's not snitching when you're trying to speak to the head, the one that's gonna keep things in order to the law, according to the law. You know what snitching? When you go tell the police, when you call the government, that's snitching. I've heard children that one son go and tell the father what the other one son did. And he said, why you snitch me out to Abba? Why you snitch me out to Imam? What you mean? That ain't snitching. You violating and you won't hearken to our correction. So who else I'm supposed to say something to? We're supposed to let you get it off? You want to fight. And sometimes the regulators have to regulate an individual like that. Sometimes you have to bring it to the head. And the head is going to regulate. Lest this evil continue on and it affect all of us because we are one. But the violator don't see that. The violator think he's separate. When Achan stole that wedge of gold and the silver and the Babylonian garment and hid it amongst his stuff under his tent, how many? 36? 26 men died in the battle of Ai. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
Is it, man? You know, when we fighting thousands against thousands, that may seem like a small number, but let me tell you a secret. When God was with us, we didn't lose none in battle. None. Not one man died. Not one man died. So that's how we knew that when one man sinned, it affects us all.
That's right.
So who we gonna utter it to? He gonna take it to the Shotrim, which is the officers amongst our people who were Levites that regulated according to the law.
Mhm.
You could confess it to God or you could tell it to God. But this is what I learned. I used to say, and I'm in trouble, I'm gonna see what God gonna do, man. God gonna work it out for me. Don't worry. God gonna make it work. God gonna do this. God gonna make it. God gonna make a way. God gonna do this. And it's good to think like that. But you know what? Don't forget that he made you a God. So when you talk like that, you can't go and kick your feet up. Talking about God gonna do it for me. And you ain't doing nothing. You gotta put in work.
That's right.
You gotta go and put your hands to work. And God will prosper the works of your hands. As I was saying that to myself one time, the thought came to me and said, what you mean I'm going to do it for you? I made you a God. You do it. And when I start doing things, I saw changes. God made a way where there wasn't a way. When you start doing things, then opportunity comes. You don't wait for opportunity to come to start doing things.
That's right.
That's not the way it works. Look, this way of life, and this is what most people don't get. You must believe first before you see it. If you I gotta see it to believe the type of person, you ain't never gonna see it. Your eyes gonna be closed. You're gonna be walking around blind. And you're gonna be thinking that you see. And that's why most people are doing this.
Point the finger.
Nobody's eyes are in their heads looking at themselves.
Don't blame yourself.
Because we could come up and speak valuable keys and good lessons off of this platform here that we call the Bema. The Bema has been turned into a stage
Yeah.
for a show.
Yeah.
It's a talent show.
That people use this platform to make themselves look good.
Yeah.
But how many people are applying the lessons that we spit off of this platform? Because if I could, man, do you know you telling on yourself? We don't look at us and say, I'm picking you out, I'm singling you out. Don't get mad at the teacher. Because guess what? Guess who God gonna bang first?
Teacher.
See, we supposed to share these lessons out of love because we want to see our people uplifted. We want to see us all on the path of righteousness to serving our God, to returning to our God. Because we turned from him. We turned away from our God. And ever since we turned away, we've been leaning every man to his own understanding. And we still think we're right with God. And when we speak about the law, it's to downgrade our brothers. It's to magnify the faults of another, to make myself look better than thou. But when we're teaching, like our teacher Moshe taught, he said, and like Joshua thought, that all of God's people were prophets.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
And that was Joshua got jealous for Moses' sake. Ain't that right? Moses said, "Man, hold on, Joshua. What that all the God's people was prophets, and then we were all serving, and then we had even God said, that there was such a heart in them that they would serve me always." But he knew that wasn't the case. Because our eyes are not in our head. Our eyes are like the fool whose eyes is in the ends of the earth. And in the Hebrew, it don't say the ends of the earth. It said in the extents of the earth. Basically, it means that a fool can only see what's here right now in this realm, in this physical realm, in this work, in this earth. He can't see past this. But a wise man's eyes, whose eyes is in his head, he can see the world to come. He can see the things he believes, even though he can't see it with the physical eye. He can see those things because he believes it. And if you believe something, you're going to go after it.
That's right.
Don't tell me you believe it and you ain't doing it. You believe fire will burn you, don't you?
Yeah.
You don't put your hand in it, do you?
Right.
That's how you prove that you believe. So if you believe these words, why you ain't doing it? It's always an excuse. They ain't telling us that it don't mean unleavened bread. Ain't that right?
Right.
But you're telling me it don't mean that you can't cut your hair. It don't mean that it's not talking about images.
Oh, boy.
Do I have to go over this? We have to go over this again. You could count the 10 commandments. Count them. The second command. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness which is in the heaven above, or which is in the earth beneath, or which is in the waters under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments. That is the whole second command. It's not 2 separate commands. You can't make it, and then you can't bow down to it. It's the same thing.
Same thing.
But when you read here a little and you read there a little, then you may find the going and coming of the Lord is what my teacher taught us. You may find it. If it's in your heart and your intent is to do it.
Not the first 11 commandments, the first 10.
It's in verse 10. And so when we read in the book of Judges, there was a man named Micah a man named Micah and his mother, he stole 1,100 pieces of silver from his mother.
Right.
And when he heard her crying about it, he confessed. He said, Mama, I took it. And she said, oh, blessed art thou, son. So she went and she paid the founder, which is a guy that makes things. This particular founder was a guy that makes images. And it's in the land of Israel, mind you. That's why we read in the book of Judges over and over again. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord. And then he raised up a deliverer, a judge, and he delivered us. And then a few years passed,
After he died.
and the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord. And so when she took the 1,100s, Kimoaksha, that's right, brother. Same as today. So when she took the 1,100 pieces of silver and she took some of it and paid the founder to make an image for her son.
Okay.
Next, you read in the next chapter, and it says, the image that Micah made.
Uh-oh.
First of all, the founder made it. Second of all, he didn't even buy it for himself. She bought it and gave it to her son as a gift. And the book said, which as far as I'm concerned is the same thing as God said, Micah made it. Unless you don't believe that the book of Judges now. Is there something wrong with the book of Judges now?
No.
Because every time we bring up some, oh, well, you know, what is that from the Apocrypha? Oh, no, we don't accept the Apocrypha. You don't accept the book of Judges either?
How about that?
I'm tired of this, man. Going back and forth with people that are educated that know better, man. It don't make sense. Why? Who are you fighting against? You ain't proving nothing to me. It ain't my law. You ain't proving nothing to my brothers, the teachers. It ain't our law. It's God's law. Don't bring no other books to show me nothing that's in this book. Bring this book to show me what's in this book. The book tells us what words mean. And so that tells me that by God's perception, by God's perspective, that to make an image, you don't have to physically make it with your own hands. All you got to do is buy it or accept it as a gift or take it to yourself. And that's why the first command says, "You shall have no other gods before me." Lo yiyeleka, it shall not be to you.
That's right.
Oh, well, this thing here wasn't worship as a god. Okay, then we got to go down to verse 2 now. It's an image of what he made. In the heavens above the earth, beneath the waters under the earth. You're going to need any further explanation? Deuteronomy chapter 4. You shall not make you the image of any figure, right? The similitude. You did not see a similitude when he came down. Is that right?
Right.
So you should not make yourself the similitude of any figure. It tell you any figure, it says Kala Samel, right?
Yeah.
Which is a symbol, an image. Then it says, it goes on and it says, or any likeness. It says Temuna. Means pictures. I mean, what more do you need? I don't understand. Of male or female, any beast, or any cattle, any creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, anything that moveth in the waters, any fish that move in the waters, any fowl that fly in the heavens. And when thou lift up thy eyes and thou seest the sun, the moon, and the stars, lest thou be driven to worship them. So you can't make to yourself none of those things. You don't have a painting on your wall with a waterfall and trees and flowers. That's all fine and dandy. Don't let there be a bird in the sky. Don't let there be a sun, the moon, or stars showing in the sky. Because now you violate. Stop walking around thinking that it's okay to have images just because. And one brother, let's not go too far. Let's go. Tom Sheep, Leviticus chapter 5.
Leviticus chapter 5, verse 2. Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden from him, he also shall be unclean and guilty.
Okay, wait a minute now. Because King James did a fine job translating from the Hebrew. But we always got to go to the language to fully understand what God told Moses. Okay? Now let's read that in Hebrew. O nefesh asher tiga dekal dabar, and a soul, a person, which toucheth of all things Tameh, unclean.
Unclean.
Or beniblat, or of the carcass, chaya, of a beast. Timea, unclean.
Mhm.
Or beniblat, behema, timea,
Beast.
or of all the cattle, of all the beasts that are unclean. Or beniblat, sheretz, tameh, of all creeping things that are unclean.
Uh-huh.
When ne'elam mimenu, ne'elam, it don't mean if it's hidden from him.
Uh-huh.
It says, and he
Disregard.
disregarded.
Disregard. Facts.
And he disregarded.
Facts.
You telling me you touched something and you didn't know you touched it?
Yeah.
You telling me the God is telling us that the man touched a carcass of an animal and it was hidden from him. He didn't know. He didn't know he touched it because the touch is with your hands.
That's right.
No.
Not if it brushed up against his garment. We read that in the book of Haggai.
That's right.
Where it say, go ask the priest. If a priest bear holy flesh in his garment and his garment touch something unclean, do the flesh become unclean?
No.
But if you touch,
Touch it. with your hand.
why you think he also tell you in Leviticus 15 that if him that is unclean
Walk.
touch, he said if he has not washed his
Wash
hands
his hand.
and he touch, he said he touch another man, then he become unclean. But if he wash his hands, then he's not unclean. I don't know why. How much time in between? I ain't gonna put too much time. Did you just wash your hands, brother? You just washed them, right? Yeah, look, it's still a little wet. All right, cool, I'm not unclean. Other than that, I washed it 5 minutes ago. I washed 10 minutes ago. I don't know the time limit. I'm not counting that. Yeah, did you wash it? I don't know how much time is in between. Is it a half hour? Is it an hour? I don't know. What's the time limit? Did he have to touch something else after he washed his hands? I don't know. So if you just washed it, then I can say I'm not unclean. Other than that, we got to go by what we read by. We don't have Moses. We got to go by exactly what we read.
Stick to that.
So that tell us that touching is with your hands.
That's right.
Because he say if he have washed his hands and he touch. The book tell us what words mean, man.
That's right.
Okay.
Don't read me the dictionary definition and it don't match up with what the book say.
That's right.
Now, it's not to say dictionaries are not good, of course. That's how we learn.
That's right.
But this is our foundation for all truth.
Uh-huh.
If it don't match up with the book,
Uh-huh.
it's ashpa, it's garbage,
That's right.
That's right.
basura.
Makes us accurate. That's correct.
And that's what we need to learn. That if you say you believe these words, then you don't believe nothing above these words.
That's right. And you're gonna act it out.
And you're going to do what you say.
Yeah.
Okay.
You say you believe it, you're going to do what you believe.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't put wool over God's eyes.
Okay.
Nah,
Okay.
I ain't going for it either.
Facts. Not over mine's either.
I ain't the judge, though.
Facts.
So it don't matter if you pull it over my eyes or if
Right.
I agree with you or not.
Right.
I ain't the judge. God is the judge.
That's right.
And that's what we got to get right. But I am going to correct you, and I am going to say something.
Suffer not.
Lest I suffer sin upon me, myself, because of you,
Mm-hmm.
That's
right? And that what the law say?
That's
Right,
right.
brother.
That's correct.
Is what it say in Hebrew.
Leviticus 19.
That's what it say in Hebrew.
That's right.
They said, I suffer iniquity upon him,
That's
right?
right.
He said, on account of him,
That's
Because of
right.
him.
because of him. I don't say nothing. Now it's like God will say, oh, so you down with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he said you consent with a thief, what David said in Psalm 50. You partaker with adulterers.
Mm-hmm.
You think he was there talking about, let me get some too? No, but that's his friend. So because you rock with him, you're a partaker with adulterers, which means God counts you as an adulterer.
Right.
You gotta watch the company you keep.
That's right.
How I go in Spanish?
That's right.
Dime con quien andas y te diré quién eres. Right? Show me who you walk with, I'm gonna show you who you are. And that's tell me who you walk with, I'm gonna tell you who you are, because this is how God look at us. He gonna judge you according to what you accept.
That's right.
And that what you accept goes
That's
into
who you
who
are.
you
That's
accept.
it.
Who you are.
That's
That's right.
And that's going to show where you take part in, what you
That's right.
observe,
That's right.
what you attend.
That's right.
By the way,
Right.
to observe, to keep also goes into attend.
Yeah.
So don't tell me you don't celebrate it.
You
Nah,
got
I don't celebrate. I was just there, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't celebrate it. If you
Okay.
showed up, you celebrate it.
That's
Okay.
Why were you
Right.
there?
Look, you didn't have to eat nothing. You didn't have to dance. You didn't have to do nothing. But you walked in and you
Yeah.
stayed and you didn't say, oh no, this ain't for me.
You done changed yourself.
Right. Yeah.
then you attended, you celebrated.
Stay off the parkway on Labor Day.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
you
Talk
celebrated.
about you selling
You
wares.
celebrated and you observed it.
Talk about you selling wares.
Yeah.
Find somewhere else to sell your wares.
That's right.
Wait for another day.
He said, that's right. Or he touched the uncleanness of a man. Verse 3, Tamshi.
Or if he touched the uncleanness
Oh,
of
wait a
a
minute.
man,
I'm sorry. And he be guilty, right? So it be hidden from him. When they allow me menu, where who tame, where Hashem.
Mm.
And he is unclean and guilty. So he touched the unclean thing and he disregarded it, but you're still unclean and you're still guilty. Hold this spot.
Mhm.
Go to Numbers chapter 15. That's why I
Right.
said my brother would set me up today. You don't even know it. But then I like when that happens because it shows that we in tune.
Scroll
We in
on.
tune. We on the same page. Hey.
Numbers 15. Hey, hold on. Facts. Oh, whoa.
I feel like Elisha. When Elijah threw his mantle on.
Yeah.
My bad. Let me let the people in on it. This is my teacher's robe right here.
My daddy's robe.
Yeah.
It's,
The Spirit of the Lord is upon this robe.
got a double portion of spirit of
You know
my
what I'm
father.
saying? Double portion is on this right now. Tamshi Numbers chapter 15.
And the,
Verse 1 second. All right.
Daddy.
Okay. Numbers 15, where it says concerning the law of ignorance.
Okay. Numbers 15, verse 25. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel.
No. Back up. Let's go to verse 24.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation.
Okay, what happens? What is the law that's committed by ignorance? I didn't know.
Right.
Law of ignorance is concerning them that did not know, right?
Right.
I did it in error because I didn't know. It's not that I knew the law and I violated it because that's presumptuous sin, right? But I didn't know. This is the law of ignorance. Now we got to find out what is ignorance. What does it say in Hebrew? Where hayah, and it shall be. Im me'enei ha'edah, if it be in the eyes of the congregation, ne'estah, and it be done, lishgaga, for error, in error. If it be done in error. Well, we read in Genesis chapter 6. Let's go there real quick.
6,
Genesis chapter 6.
verse. I know the point.
And can you give it to me in Hebrew?
Yes.
He said,
Verse
for he will not, I will not, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for he is flesh. That's what it says in English. We're going to see what it says in Hebrew.
Genesis 6, chapter 6, verse 3. Wayomer El Shaddai,
And God said,
Lo Yadom,
but I will not strive, Ruki, my spirit, will not strive, will not punish. My spirit,
Ba'adam,
upon man or to man,
Leolam,
forever,
Beshagam,
in his errors, in their errors, bishagam, in their errors. He's talking about mankind now. That's all of us.
all right.
He's not going to punish in our error.
Who Basar,
He's flesh. That's what you can stop right there. That's what it says. He's flesh. So God letting us know that we're not going to get banged for every time you transgress because we're flesh. And guess what? Flesh is prone to transgress. He proved that by planting the knowledge, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the garden, knowing that we're going to eat of it because he made us. This is the point I didn't finish making earlier, that man devises his way, but God directs his steps. He knows what you're going to do already. So when this thing is of God, even though he gave you a choice, he knew what you was going to choose. You think he planted the tree and was like, man, I messed up. I just ate of it now. He knew that was part of the plan.
That's a fact.
Because that's part of the test in this life. This life in the flesh is a test.
He knows the
And you
end.
know what the ultimate test of this life is? Do you believe God?
Right.
Because if you believe him, you don't say, man, I believe God. It's like right now, if I ask everybody in this room, do you love God? Everybody gonna say yeah.
Right.
We're afraid to say no, we don't love God.
That's right.
But if we're honest with ourselves, according to the definition of what God said that love is, we can't say we love him. Because to them that love me and keep my commandments. My brother just read it today and said, and keep all my commandments.
Like
You know what I'm saying? Numbers 15, the same chapter.
Joshua and Caleb.
That's right.
So we talk a good one. You know, we got a lot to say. We speak very strong and proud when we're talking about God and his laws, but we're coming up short. And that's why correction, self-correction is where it starts first. A wise man's eyes are in his head. You're going to constantly correct yourself. That's when you know that's happening, when a person is on themselves, when they can accept correction easily from others. It's easy for me to tell my wife when she's right according to the book. You're right. I was wrong. You know why? Because I accustom myself to correction
That's right. That's right.
by correcting myself.
That's right.
But you better know the book,
That's right.
because you're going to be saying certain things is right that ain't according to the book, and you're going to be condemning certain things that you saying is wrong, and the book don't say it's wrong.
Teach.
So you must read the law.
Teach.
And if you don't read that law every day, you ain't going to know the law.
Gotta read.
And this ain't about I read it already.
Gotta read.
No.
You read this for the rest of your days.
That's right.
That's why last week we went into Deuteronomy chapter 6 and he said, teach them by oral repetition, which she non-time.
That's right.
They didn't have the book, so they spoke it to generations over and over and over and over every day in their house. When you sit in your house, when you look, well, by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up, that's all day, every day.
Right.
So that way it becomes a part of you. Because the words, what we heard my brother say earlier, the words that's going to come out of your mouth is going to become a part of you. And that's why when you read this, you read it to yourself. Read it out loud. You can read to yourself, but talk about it.
That's right.
Tell somebody what you
That's
read.
right.
I don't care if you want a job. I don't care if it's not their cup of tea. Talk about it.
That's right.
Find somebody of a like mind and like spirit that's going to talk to you, that's going to listen to you about this.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. Teach.
If you don't do that, you're not going to be grounded. And then you're not going to know what's right from wrong.
Right.
You're going to be agreeing with the world. You're going to be agreeing with social media. You're going to be agreeing with the government. You're going to be agreeing with the school system. You're going to be agreeing with TV.
Everybody except God.
Yeah.
That's right.
You're going to be agreeing with the nations
Yeah.
because you don't read the law.
Mhm.
And man, my teacher been preaching this for years. Hey, and now we the lasting legacy that's left. That's why I said, and I'm gonna uphold the works and the words and the teachings of my teacher, because we're gonna teach the same thing. You must read the law every day.
That's right.
Teach.
If you want that strength, you gotta read it every day.
That's
And guess what? Man, I heard that from the first day I stepped into camp in 1997. And guess what? People still ain't reading it every day.
That's right.
We run from this. And you know what the bottom line is? Because no one likes to be shown or told where they're going wrong.
Sure.
And that's pride.
That's a pride.
Yeah.
And pride is the beginning of sin.
Yeah.
And a wise man's eyes being in his head, he gonna constantly correct himself. It's easy to accept correction from the outside now. So are we really wise, men?
Yeah.
Because if we can't accept the correction, how you expect to improve?
You won't.
If you don't believe it, you ain't gonna correct yourself. If you don't admit your fault, you ain't gonna make reparation.
How you gonna take tea?
You ain't gonna imitate. Hey, we're going into that, man. Everybody set me up today. That's one of the chapters.
All right.
All right. So he said, and he is guilty, even though he disregarded it.
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't see me. You ain't see me touch the unclean thing.
Mm-hmm.
You wasn't there when I heard the voice of swearing.
Mm-hmm.
You wasn't there when I committed the sin. Only I know. That's between me and God. But if I disregard it, I'm still guilty. And we just read Numbers chapter 15 where it said it was a shagah.
Right.
Shagah is the same word that he said in the beginning that we're gonna error, we're gonna sin.
Mistake.
So the Shagah is not a sin like, oh man, I didn't mean to knock that down. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to knock it down. It was a mistake. It was an accident. That's thinking in English. That's the Western way of thinking.
That's right.
What the mistake that he's talking about is sin. You think God's talking about I ain't gonna punish them for spilling that glass? No.
Mm-hmm.
God's talking about I ain't gonna punish them in their errors. The error that God is referring to is sin.
Yeah.
It don't take a genius to figure that out.
Right.
God is just. He's not gonna punish you for something that's not a sin.
Right.
Right.
Teach down like that.
So when we read in the law in Numbers 15, when he say the law of ignorance, but it don't say ignorance if a man transgress in error, Shagah, what do you think he's talking about? He sinned. He made an error according to law, and that error is a sin.
Right.
That's right.
Continue. Let's continue Numbers 15.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer a young bullock for a burnt offering, for a sweet savior unto the Lord, with his meat offering and his drink offering according to the manner, and one kid of the goat for a sin offering.
Okay, so you got to offer a burnt offering, a meal offering, a drink offering. For one person, what one person did in the congregation, what one person did, we need to offer, the priest need to offer a burnt offering, a meal offering, a drink offering, and a kid of the goats, a he-goat for a sin offering, because of what one person did.
Mm-hmm.
Because that one person's sin will affect everybody.
Facts.
You know why Balaam couldn't curse the people? He spit it out his own mouth. He said, for there is no sin in Jacob,
That's it.
no iniquity found in Israel.
That's why.
At that time, there was no sin in us. That's why the curse couldn't go forward. That's why God changed the curse to a blessing. But as soon as you commit a sin, you open a breach.
There's an opening.
And that breach is in the spirit. You can't see that breach.
Nah, seriously.
And that breach is open, sin is going to enter.
What's sin?
We're going to go over that in a little bit.
Only
Genesis
sin.
chapter 4.
That's right.
But let's stick to what we're reading. So now we need to offer a sin offering, even though he made an error. So ain't nothing about, like my brother said, they've been setting me up all day. I didn't mean to break it. But you still got to replace it. It don't erase it because you did it by accident.
That's right.
Thank you.
See, the law teaches us that regardless if you didn't mean to do it or not, once it was done, you must hold yourself accountable and take responsibility even for the thing that you didn't mean to do.
I ain't mean for your bullock to fall in the hole.
Right, but you still owe me a bullock.
I owe your bullock now.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
And our problem is that we like the Western way of thinking. It was an accident.
And that was it.
Hey everybody,
That's it.
hey, hold on everybody. He didn't mean it.
He said,
It was
I'm sorry.
it was an accident. So guess what? He don't have to get punished.
He apologized.
You don't have to pay.
Pay back, man.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I didn't notice that it was a red light, and I just ran it. You know, it was an accident. You know, it was an accident. No fine. Let him go home. Does it work like that?
No, it
No.
don't work like that.
He apologized.
Yeah, he apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You get off the hook, go home. This is what we expect. This is the American way of thinking. It's the Western way of thinking that we say, I didn't mean it. It was an accident. Oh, here's another one, a famous one.
Uh-oh.
I forgot.
Oh, wow. That's the
Who that
one.
person is?
But I forgot.
That's the number
But I forgot. No. Don't make me pay for it because I forgot. No. Don't hold me accountable because I forgot. So that makes everything all right now, just doesn't it? No, of course not. You're still guilty, the book said. And this is the mentality that the law is trying to teach us. My brother said it best. The law is a mentality. The law is it changes. My teacher said it best. The law changes hearts, minds, and actions. It will turn your heart towards your brother. It will change your mind to think this is right and this is wrong now. According to the way I used to think, I throw that out the window. Now the law take place. This is right and this is wrong. And it changed actions. Now I have to show and prove that the way I say I feel, the new way that I'm thinking now is actually what I believe to be the truth.
Right.
And now you're going to see it in my actions.
Right.
Other than that, My teacher would say, tell it to the Marines.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll listen.
Maybe they'll listen.
Because he said, because it don't add up to a bowl of yakome. So if it don't fly with God, it can't fly with us.
Nope, it's not gonna fly.
So in error, he said, the priest shall make an atonement. Verse 25, Tom Sheen.
Verse 25. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and this shall be forgiven them.
Oh, so without the atonement, it shall not be forgiven them.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
Don't worry, we're going to get to that because we don't have a priest no more.
Okay.
Regardless of what people might say,
What?
we don't have a priest no more.
We have priests.
And if we got a priest, hey, and if we got a priest, make an atonement for us.
We need it
All
bad.
of we.
We need it bad.
And let it be, show us
Oh,
that it's
Israel.
accepted of God. You know how you going to know if it's accepted of God? Hey, don't put fire to it.
Order it down.
And if it's accepted of God, God will send
Light
fire
it
down.
up. Light it up.
That's how you gonna know if it's accepted. Ain't no priest, man. So
Priest of Bill.
an offering that's made for an atonement is the only way to be for them to be forgiven. And what about today? That's another thing. You say, man, that man cut off. See, he alienated. He don't come around no more. He's estranged. He's alienated. He's been cut off, right? You want me to let you in on a little secret? We're all cut off.
We over here, ain't we?
That's right.
Is this our land?
Ain't we all
No.
over here?
Do we have a temple?
No.
Do we have a kingdom?
No.
Do we have a priest?
No. We don't have an army.
We have an army?
We ain't got one
Do we even
horse.
have a nation?
We don't have one horse.
Look, we're not even recognized being born in this time. That's right. We're born in a time where our people is cut off from God. That's why it's so important that we adhere to this word for word, that we can return to our God and repair the breach.
That's right.
That's the priest.
That's right.
So why stop the pointing of the fingers? You can't correct yourself if you're too busy pointing fingers. Who are you to say who will God accept? Who are you? You don't know who God accept. Hey, was not Ruth the Moabitess?
Yes.
Does not Deuteronomy 23 say the Ammonite and the Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation, they shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord?
Yes.
Was not Ruth accepted?
That's right.
Was not she the great grandmother of God's beloved King David?
Got a
That's
book
right.
named after her. That's right.
She even got a book named after her in the Old Testament. Because God make exceptions for those that make exceptions for his law.
There you
That's
go.
right.
There you go. Run it down. Run it down.
So stop with that. Stop with all that, man. You're not in charge of who God accept, man.
Too self-centered.
The question is, will you be accepted?
That's right.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Tom G and he make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, huh?
And it shall be forgiven them, but it's ignorance. For it
No,
is,
because it was error, which means it was a sin.
for it is his error.
It was a
That's right.
sin, aka sin.
That's right.
Stop thinking in English.
That's right.
Oh, it was a mistake. I didn't mean it, but you still sin,
That's
and
right.
you still gotta pay.
That's right.
Tom G.
And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire unto the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance.
For their error. It don't say ignorance.
That's right.
It's not in there. You know why? There's no such thing as the law of ignorance.
That's right.
That's King
right.
James wrote that. Ain't no such and again, I don't want to take nothing away from him. He did a fine job. He did a fine job. He did a fine job. But we can't think that way in English because ignorance is like, oh, he didn't mean it. He didn't know. So he's not responsible. He didn't know. No, there's no law of ignorance. You see, even that generation could have done something in error because they didn't know. Because number one, you only learn the intricacies of the law depending on how faithful the head of your house was.
Mhm.
Because the law was passed down through generations. So if the father was tight with God and he did exactly what Moses said coming into the land, and he taught his children, and the children did exactly the way their father did, and then that son grow up and get married, and then he don't follow the footstep of his father, and he tell his children a watered down version of the law the way he do it because he violating, and he ain't gonna tell on himself to his household, so he gonna leave certain things out, cover up certain things. Now that next generation is only gonna get the version of the law that their father who was backsliding told them.
Yeah.
Watered down version.
And that's where we was at in the land. So everyone didn't have the law. That's why it was such a great thing when a man separated himself to seek God, because then he would go inquire of the priest, because we don't have a book. Only ones that had a book was the king and the priest. And then God even commanded the king to go and get you a copy from the priest, the Levites, and write your copy and read therein all the days of thy life, that you may learn to fear the Lord your God, and that your heart be not lifted up above your brethren. So without reading therein, it's safe to say, because the king was a man, right or wrong?
Yes.
Was he some superhero?
He was a man.
He was a regular man too, right? So it's safe to say that if the king could read therein all the days of his life, and then he would learn to fear God just by reading therein all the days of his life, and his heart would not be lifted up above his brethren, then that's safe to say it will do the same for me. It will do the same for you.
Same effect. Same effect.
What are we waiting for?
Same procedure.
Why are you running from the law?
Dang, scared.
Pick up the book and go to Proverbs. Pick up the book and, check out, I figured out this prophecy in Daniel. I figured out what times and a half means.
The law.
So what?
Law.
Is that going to help you serve God better? If you figured out, and look, more than likely your calculations is off.
More than likely.
Because if you ain't reading the whole book regularly, you ain't gonna understand. First of all, if you don't read the law every day, you're not gonna understand prophecy. Because the wisdom cometh through the law.
Got it on
And it comes through not just reading the law, performing the law. That's in the book. Hey, what you said that was? Ecclesiasticus 19, verse 20.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna start citing these verses so people don't think that we just pulling stuff out of the side of our head.
That's correct.
Okay.
Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. Okay, so he said,
That's what we know.
and their sin offering before the Lord for their error. And all the congregation of the children of Israel shall be forgiven, and the strangers that sojourneth among them. Read and finish verse 26 for me. No. Right here, what we was just reading. And all the congregation of the children of Israel shall be forgiven, and the stranger that sojourn among them, for in respect of all the people, it was done in error. This is a different translation, and it's pretty accurate. Ki lekal ha'am bishgaga. For all the people, it was an error. It was a sin in error. Right? And then if one person, 27, verse Numbers 15, verse 27.
Okay. All right. We'im nefesh achat.
No, just give it to me in English.
And if any soul sin through error,
One person now.
then he shall bring a she-goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for the soul that sinned ignorantly, when he sinned by ignorance before the Lord, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him.
Okay, now let's go back to Leviticus chapter 5. Don't you remember where you at?
Leviticus chapter 5, verse 4. Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil or to do good, whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him, when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty.
It don't
of one
say,
of
and
these.
it be hid from him. Again, it says, and if he disregarded. He did any of these things, which is a sin by the laws of God, and then he disregarded it. Meaning nobody caught him, nobody busted him. Only me and God know what happened. And I disregarded. What did it mean you disregarded? You didn't do nothing about it. See what my brother was saying earlier, Chief Mikhail? If you broke this and it was a mistake, you still gotta fix it or give me a new one.
Right.
You still gotta pay it back. You gotta make it good.
Make it good.
That's right. Teach.
You can't leave things undone and expect it to be over and forgiven.
That's right.
It don't work that way.
That's the heathen
That's right.
frame of mind.
Look, the man forgave you.
That's
He
right.
forgave you. He's not even holding it against you no more. He don't even bear a grudge. He treats you the same way as before it happened now.
Mm-hmm.
But that don't mean you're straight with God.
That's right.
You still commit the trespass.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ain't make it good before God, you're still guilty.
That's right.
And so what it say? If anyone's guilty in one of these things, and it shall be, verse 5.
And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that
That
day.
he shall confess. My brothers here say you confess it to God.
Not one time.
No, because he's the judge. So you confess it to the Most High.
Continue.
Because you know why? God knows us better than we know ourselves.
Right.
And he know that until you admit it, you ain't making no changes.
That's right.
So you must confess it to God. You ain't got to go in the booth and talk to the priest. No, you don't. It don't work like that.
Nah, don't
Father,
work
I
like
have
that.
sinned.
No, you confess it to God. And I'm gonna give you a little tip that my teacher gave me.
Yeah.
Say it out loud.
Oh yeah.
That's a fact.
Condemn yourself
Right.
out loud with the voice and the words of your own mouth.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Because if you don't
Yeah.
do that, you keeping it to yourself, you balling it up and keeping it in, and like nobody's gonna know, and I'm hiding it, you ain't gonna make the reparations.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta get rid of the shame that we have for the wrong things.
Right.
And we gotta learn to have shame for the right things.
Right.
There's a chapter in the Apocrypha that says,
Right.
of these things shalt thou be ashamed.
Right.
That's right.
And the first one is an offense against God.
That's right.
Be ashamed to offend God. So you confess. And then what?
And he shall bring his trespass offering.
Now you gotta bring a trespass offering.
Uh-oh.
So now you gotta bring the offering to show here, God, I messed up.
That's right.
Tom She.
Unto the Lord for his sin which he has sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin.
So now you gotta bring a trespass offering unto the Lord for the sin which he has sinned, a female of the flock, a lamb or a goat for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for
What
him.
did you give up?
Okay, now what's next?
Verse 7. And if he be not able to bring a lamb,
Uh-huh.
then he shall bring his trespass which he had committed, two turtle doves or two young pigeons unto the Lord, one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering.
God is just. Okay,
Yeah.
you ain't got
You
money
ain't got it.
like that. You ain't got a lamb. You could bring a pigeon.
Mhm.
You could catch a pigeon. You ain't gotta have flocks and herds.
Nah,
You can catch a pigeon. Ain't that right?
That's
Oh, yeah.
right. Yes, you can.
And then you could bring the pigeon for your offering.
Yeah.
And God will accept that as a sin offering.
Yes.
Tom She.
And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck,
Mm-hmm.
but shall not divide it asunder. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar.
Okay, that's what the blood is for, to make an atonement upon the altar for our sins, not to be eaten. All right, verse 11, jump down, verse 11.
Verse 11. But if he be not able to bring two turtle doves or two young pigeons, then he that sins shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering.
And even if you can't get a pigeon, because maybe the man ain't that fast on his feet, maybe he didn't have the wit to set the trap to catch the pigeon.
Maybe he just can't catch
Guess what? Anybody could go and get some flour.
fine flour.
Why? Because back then, you can go, even if you ain't have your own field, you can go in your neighbor's field and
get some.
get some.
Accessible.
I'll go
And look, we even, and you can eat to your heart's content. So let's say I want to take some with me now,
Can't take
brother.
a go bag.
But I can't. But look, I could ask you if I could work for it.
That's correct.
Ain't that right? I could ask you if I could work for it
It's a team.
because every one of our brothers got a field. It's not hard to get you some flour.
It's not on some shit.
God's making it easy to where you could have been the poorest of our people and you can still make an atonement for your sin.
That's right.
Because God's not about a cheerful giver. Ain't
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
God ain't about passing the plate around again.
Yeah.
No. The Most High is about a willing heart.
Mhm.
And where there's a will, there's a way.
Mhm.
And if you want to make an atonement, you will find your way. So now we don't have no priest, ain't that right?
Right?
Let's go down to verse 15.
Leviticus chapter 5, verse 15. And if a soul commit a trespass and sin through ignorance in the holy days of
Through
the
error,
Lord,
mind you, say error, not ignorance.
then he shall bring for his trespass unto the Lord a ram without blemish out of the flocks, with thy estimation by shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. And he shall make amends for the harm that he had done in the holy day.
Ve'et asher kata min hakodesh yishalem. And for the sin which he have committed in the holy things, he shall make a recompense. He shall make restitution. He shall restore in full, is what it says in Hebrew. So he trespassed in the holy things. Now you got to bring it, and what does he do with that?
And give it unto the priest.
And give it to the priest.
The priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him.
So when you trespass in the holy things against God, you got to bring it to the priest to make it good again. Ain't that right? Okay, time sheet.
And if a soul sin and commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commandments of the Lord, though he wist it not,
Though he know it not.
yet
Listen what it say. Hold on, let's say. And if a soul sin, and do akat, one of Mikal of all, mitzvot El Shaddai, of the commandments of God, asher lo teasena, which he knoweth not.
Yet he is guilty and shall bear his iniquity.
It said, where lo yada, where Hashem, yet he does not know, but he's guilty. When Nasa, I don't know, and he shall bear his iniquity. So even though he doesn't know, he's still guilty. That's why I said there's no such thing as a law of ignorance. If you want to know, you will know. You know why you don't know? Because you don't want to know. If you want to know, you'll read the book. And if you want to know, because you ain't read the book, you want to know today, and you can't read it all that fast to get everything, you want to know a specific law or a specific situation, ask someone that knows. They could have inquired of the priest. Today we have teachers. Ask the teacher. And whatever teacher you ask and they show you, and whatever the teacher that you ask the teacher to show you in the book. Ask the teacher to show you in the book. Because if I can't show you in the book, then why should you accept it as law? Let me say that again. When you have a question concerning the law, or it's a law that you want to know about, ask one of the teachers and ask the teacher to show you in the book. Because if I can't show it to you in the book, why should you accept it as law?
That's right.
And that's why our teacher taught us, don't teach nothing that you can't show and prove in the book.
That's right.
Okay? He said it is a guilt offering. He is certainly guilty before the Lord. Shall bring a ram of the trespass. So now, any one of these, I found, okay. So now, going back to, let's go to Numbers.
Chapter 15.
No, chapter 5.
Numbers chapter 5.
And go to, I have a different translation here. So go to the book, the part where it says,
What verse you want?
speaking to the children of Israel, saying to them, if any, no. Man, no. Speak unto the children of Israel, when a man or woman shall commit any sin that men commit, to commit a trespass. Tom Sheet.
Numbers chapter 5, verse 5. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, when a man or woman shall commit any sin that men commit, to do a trespass against the Lord, and that person be guilty, then they shall confess their sin.
And that person, it says nefesh, and that soul be guilty, whether it be a man or a woman.
Right.
If they be guilty and they commit any trespass against any of these laws,
Then they shall confess
and
their
you gotta
sin,
confess.
which they have
You gotta
done.
say it out your mouth that you are guilty, that you're admitting your fault.
And he shall recompense his trespass.
You think you're gonna do it differently than what the book tells us, and you still gonna prevail? You think you're gonna do it differently and still gain acceptance of God? You think you're gonna do it differently and still rule your spirit? Your spirit gonna rule you if you ain't following this procedure.
That's right.
And he said the first thing you must do is admit that you did wrong and confess it. And you say that to God. You can tell him, man, this ain't nothing wrong for me to tell the brother that I did wrong. And I apologize. I shouldn't have said that. I was wrong. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Say it out loud.
You can't be that way with me.
You ain't
You ain't gonna be
that way
truthful
with
with God. You ain't truthful with a man that you see every day face to face. How you gonna be truthful with God and you don't see him? Tom Sheep.
And they shall confess their sin which they have done, and he shall recompense his trespass with the principal thereof, and add unto it the fifth
And he
part
shall
thereof.
make his restitution, it says in the Hebrew, Weheshiv, and he shall return or restore et ashamo, his guilt, birosho, in the principle. Whatever it was that you trespassed, you got to pay back that what you trespassed, whatever it was. You broke the man's computer, you got to bring a computer. That's the principle.
That's right.
Tom Sheep.
And add unto it the fifth part thereof.
Add to it the fifth part thereof.
And give it
How
up.
much is the computer? $1,000. What's a fifth of 1,000? Okay, that's the fifth part. So you got to pay a computer plus what is that? $200.
Fifth part, 200, yeah.
Right? 1/5 of 2,000. I mean of 1,000. Okay, Tom Sheep.
And give it unto him against whom he had trespassed.
So when you trespass against the laws of God, you still got to make it good with the man. As before you bring your sin offering. Tom Sheep.
But if the man have no kinsman to recompense the trespass unto, let the trespass be recompensed unto the Lord, even to the priest, beside the ram of the atonement, whereby an atonement shall be made for him.
So whereby an atonement shall be made for him, besides the ram. So if the man don't have kinsmen to give the trespass to, the man you trespass against died now, and he don't have no family members, you give that what you stole or you trespass against him, you give it to the priest. And then you bring your ram or your trespass offering. How I'm going to make atonement for me and I ain't made it good with man?
Right.
The laws is every man concerning his neighbor.
That's right.
You ain't make it good with man, but yet you want to be accepted of God.
That's right.
You don't want to recompense the thing that you trespass. How you going to get right with God? We can't. And that's why that repentance is an over and over, is a daily process. That's why my brother said, the key that his father dropped on us that we can see in the actions of King David is to maintain a guilty conscience.
Facts.
But that is only going to be done of, guess who? Guess who that's going to be done of? The saints.
Saints. The saints.
The saints.
Men
Because
that
everybody that's guilty don't think that way. But the saints is going to do it that way. The saints is going to maintain the guilty conscience.
That's right.
That's right.
Look at King David in the Psalms. Teach me.
All right, so now before I come down, let's hit Genesis chapter 4. This is the key of life right here. God dropped on Cain the key of life.
Yes, he did.
You heard me? Im Te'iti.
Yes, he did.
Abraham, Isaac, Israel.
Oh.
Im Te'iti.
Okay,
He dropped the key of life.
Okay.
My brother got the name of all 3 pages. Oh man. Hey, but you know what he was doing? Things come with that. You know what I mean? It's both seen and unseen. Tom Sheep, from the top, Genesis chapter 4.
And Adam knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. And she again bare his brother Abel. And Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground an offering unto the Lord.
Well, we might say, well, that's a great idea. He was the first one that came up with the thought to offer to God. Well, God didn't think so. Not about, I'm not going to say nothing bad about Cain. True, he messed up. You do it. No, I say God didn't think so.
Okay.
Pick your words carefully because we can learn from this. All right, Tom Sheep.
And Abel he also brought of the firstlings of his flock and of the fat thereof. And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering.
And the Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering.
Okay.
The Lord noticed, he regarded, he had respect unto Abel and his offering. So the fact that Abel was accepted of God, therefore his offering was accepted.
That's right.
Okay, Tom Sheep.
But unto Cain and to his offering,
But unto Cain and to his offering,
he had not respect.
he had not respect. He did not regard.
And Cain
He
was
did
very,
not
He
notice.
didn't notice. He
So,
didn't turn to.
what we said earlier, you want to know if God accepted the offerings? That's where we get it from in the book.
That's right.
They'll put the offering on the altar and they won't put fire to it. And if God accepts it, fire comes down and lick it up.
Like Solomon did.
Like Solomon did, like Nehemiah did,
That's right.
like the Maccabees did
That's right.
when they rededicated that altar, like Nehemiah did when he rebuilt the temple.
That's right.
All right, and that's how you're gonna know that God accepted their offering, and that's when the stamp of God is on it. Bam, is accepted.
Elijah.
Elijah. No. He went further. He said, douse this with water. Hold on, do it again.
Put more
Hold
water
on, do
it.
one more
He
time.
was stunned. He was stunned.
He was stuck right there.
The fire came down, sucked up all the water.
And licked up the offering.
Then he started getting other niggas God. Maybe your God is sick.
Yeah, maybe he eased himself. Maybe eventually he covers his feet.
Maybe on a long
Isn't
drive.
that what you do when you sit down to ease yourself? You cover your feet,
I
right?
said maybe he's on the far journey.
He's on a long journey. He can't
Crying
hear
loud.
you. He can't hear you.
Maybe he can't hear you.
Cry a little louder, man.
Yeah,
He was kind of-
Elijah was stunned. But back to Cain. God did not respect him or notice him or regard him or his offering. So because Cain was not accepted, it don't matter that you had the idea to offer first.
Yeah.
It's that you weren't accepted, and that's why God didn't accept his offering. Okay?
So you gotta be accepted by God in order for God to accept your prayer.
Well, according to what we read in the
According
book,
to
it
what
said,
we
I will accept the
Okay.
calves of your lips.
Okay.
So even though he knew he took our priesthood away and our offerings away, what is that, Hosea?
Oh,
Amos?
okay.
Amos. I will
Okay.
accept the calves of your lips.
Okay. I don't want no bald head nigga praying for me.
All right, Tom Sheep. Tom Sheep.
And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell.
Cain was wroth and his countenance fell. He was angry or saddened or angry because God didn't accept him. You see the thing he got angry for?
Right.
All right, you shouldn't be angry at God, but look what he got angry for, because God wouldn't accept him. These men were bent on being accepted of
My
God.
God.
That was their whole purpose.
That was their whole
We don't even get bent out of shape. Let me tell you something. It's not that we don't even get bent out of shape if we're not accepted of God. We don't even care if we're accepted of God.
One man
We don't even ask ourselves if we're accepted of God.
One man
We're not going out of our way to do nothing to show that we want to be accepted of God. At least he offered an offering.
One man killed himself.
Yeah, Ahithophel.
Because God wouldn't answer him.
Facts.
Tom Sheep.
Facts.
And the Lord said unto Cain, why art thou wroth? And why is thy countenance fallen?
Uh-huh.
If thou doest well,
Here's the key.
shall thou not be accepted?
Here's the key. Im teiti. It don't say, it says halo im teiti. Is it not that if you improve? It don't say do as well. It say if you improve, or if you do better.
You do better. Fact.
So I ask you again, can you improve on something that you're doing for the first time?
No.
If it's your first try, can you improve on your first try?
No. You gotta keep going.
You got to try again if
That's
you're going
right.
to improve. Ain't that right? The first time you can't improve, I never did it before. How you want me to improve?
That's right.
That's right.
So it wasn't the offering that came messed up in.
That's right.
See, it's all in here. You just got to read carefully. It wasn't the offering where it came messed up. It's what he did before the offering that is not written.
Okay.
Because God tell him, you should have just improved. Instead of bring me an offering, you should have improved first. And then you would have been accepted. And that's what God is showing
Do
us.
better.
If you
That's
do
right.
better. So something he did that God did not like, which is why he wasn't accepted, which is why his offering was not accepted. So if he would have just improved, God would have accepted him again.
That's right.
So I said all that after this whole lesson of going through Leviticus 5 and Numbers chapter 6, because when you commit a trespass, you must make it good first
That's right.
to be accepted of God.
That's
You
right.
must make the trespass good with the brother you trespass against. Or if you transgress in the holy thing, you must bring it to the priest before you bring an atonement for your sin offering.
That's right.
So before you get right with God, you got to get right with man, to whom we trespass
That's
against.
right. That's right.
Because the laws is every man concerning his
That's right.
neighbor.
That's right.
This is the key. These are
That's right.
keys.
That's the order.
If you improve,
right.
he said, it didn't say shall not be accepted. It says, Halo im teiti. And is it not that if you improve, set, you be lifted up?
You be lifted up, exalted.
You know why he said lifted up?
Uh-huh.
Why they call them the Nephilim? The fallen ones.
Right.
Because every time we reject God or we revolt against God or we transgress, we fall. And that's why when you improve and you do better before God, you'll be lifted up again. You
Uh-huh.
can't see it. It's in the
Right.
spirit when you fall.
That's right.
We walking around like none. I ain't fall. I ain't trip over nothing. But you fell under that stumbling block in the spirit.
Fell from grace from God.
And now in order to get right with God, you must make amends with man,
That's
the
right.
one you trespass against, or before God in your behavior.
That's right.
And then you'll be lifted up again
That's right.
in the spirit.
That's right.
And he said, and if
Right.
thou doest not well, if you do not improve,
And if thou doest not well, sin lieth at the door.
Im lo te'itiv, if you do not improve, if you do not do better, it says le petach katat robetz. Unto the opening. He said, don't say door. Petach is the opening.
Open.
To the opening. Sin is crouching down
That's the
at the opening. That's in the spirit.
Spirit.
So when you sin, you make an opening in your spirit
That's
for
right.
more sin to enter in.
That's
You
right.
close that breach by doing better and improving before God.
That's right.
If you stole, don't wait to show God. I ain't gonna steal no more. You just wait till the next opportunity I get to steal. You gonna find out.
Make it good, go back.
No, do it now. Do something now that God likes, that pleases God.
That's right.
Do something that give up something that God hates that you still doing.
Sacrifice.
Make a sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
And that's how you show God that you're going to improve.
Yeah.
You don't wait for the opportunity to arise again where it's the same situation. Well, you see, I'm going to show God next time. No, show him now. What you waiting for?
Yeah.
Who said you're going to live that long?
Yeah.
Tomorrow's promise to no man.
Do my Lord, that's right.
Let's finish this out. Let's finish this out. And he said, and if you do not improve, he said, sin crouches at the door. Unto thee shall be its desire, but thou mayest rule over it. Unto you gonna be sin's desire, meaning it's gonna constantly entice you to sin. It's gonna constantly tempt you. And how do you build up your strength? My brother said it earlier. That's when you get weak, when you don't feel guilty. And that's why you get weaker and you do more sins. But when you feel guilty, you're going to repair it. You're going to do something about it. These is keys, man. These are the keys of life that God gave to Cain on how to gain favor, how to get back right with God after he sinned, how to get back right with God when you trespass against your neighbor, how David repented for the rest of his days. This is the lesson for the day. I didn't start it. My teachers was all on the same message, in one accord. And that's how you know God's working here. I'm not gonna hold you hostage because you got no time.
Roll on, brother.
Okay,
You ain't hear the bell, right?
All right.
Did you hear the bell?
Low.
All right. Drum on, drummer.
We
Lord.
got questions. All right.
Drum on, drummer.
But unto Cain and to his offering that not. And if you do it not well, then sin croucheth at the door, at the opening. And they'll say the opening is not just your mind. I don't want us to start thinking in this American way of thinking, because in the Hebrew, the mind, the heart, and the spirit is one. When it says, let him not think in his heart. You think with your vessel that pumps blood? You think in your mind. Okay, let me put you on to something. You don't even think with your brain. Your mind cannot be seen. That's why mental illness you can't treat with a pill.
Yeah, right.
Because it's not something in my brain that's wrong. It's something in my mind that cannot be seen. You can do brain surgery on me and I still wake up with mental illness.
The spirit, the ruach.
Because the mind is the spirit. The heart is the spirit. The way you feel, the way you think is the spirit. So the breach when we sin happens in the spirit. And that's why I come and appeal to your senses. That's why I said if we could just learn to forsake our senses, we could be good with God. Forsake your senses. Don't follow the side of your eyes. Don't matter how good it smells. Don't go after it. No matter how good it tastes. Don't eat it if it ain't clean by law. Don't matter how it make you feel. If it ain't right, stay away. When your senses rule you, you're going to be led to sin.
No matter how good it sounds.
Don't follow your feelings because your feelings is driven by your pride. Don't follow your perception because your perception is based on your level of pride. You see, don't say I never do this. Don't say not me. Don't say those words because it could be you. Or maybe my perception of myself is a little inflated. So my perception of myself, I say I'm good. I don't do thus, and thus. But guess what? I don't treat people thus, and thus, according to my perception. But I don't know. I didn't ask you how I made you feel. I didn't ask you how you felt according to how I did it. What I did, if it was right or wrong. Right?
Okay.
The last thing I'm gonna leave you with.
And then
This is something I wrote down, but this comes from The concepts all come out of the book, and I'm gonna share it with you because this way of life is about the order of life matters. We have to say it's not just the law. The
Right.
order of life is about serving.
Right.
The most powerful things in existence serve as their purpose.
Uh-huh.
I said the most powerful things in existence serve
Right.
as their purpose.
Right.
And here we go. And after this, I'm coming down.
His name is not Chief Malak no more. It's Chief Bell, man.
Finish the segment, brother.
Chief Bell. Malak Bell.
There is no greater power than the power of serving others, for therein is godliness. What? Serving other people? That's where you're going to be godly at?
Mhm.
Abraham washed the feet of a stranger who he thought was a man.
Uh-huh.
True.
What is the purpose of the earth?
To serve man.
What is the purpose of the sun,
To serve man.
the moon,
To serve man.
the
To
stars,
serve man.
the rain,
To serve
the
man. To
trees,
serve
the
man. To
bees?
serve man.
Life could not endure without the service of any one of these.
That's right.
The power of each of these is manifested in their purpose to serve. And yet all of these empower each other through serving.
Uh-huh.
Without serving, their purpose will be defeated. And without purpose, their power will be nothing worth.
Mm.
But the greatest display of their power is that all of these serve without the intent to receive. Almost as if unaware, does the tree look to be served back? Does the sun, the moon, the earth look to be served back? Is it gonna stop providing unless you serve it?
Ain't never did.
No.
Ain't never
It's
stopped.
still under the command of God.
Almost as if unaware, they count not themselves deserving and thus look not for reward, but only to fulfill their purpose, knowing it is the true root of their power.
No integrity.
How much more God himself, the maker of them all, who created them to serve man, all of whose commandments were ordered by the decree of wisdom to be transmitted to the service of all living things. And as all things were created at the hand of the Lord of all, by the words of his mouth, the giver and source of all life, all things were created living. Yea, from the rock of the mountains that trembleth at his presence to the tiny dust particles that form them, in conjunction with the elements, through the harmony and chaos that ensues over time by the direction, consequence, and perfection of his divine order. Though a man seek to find them out, the intricacy of his magnificent design and the fullness of his awesome power will always exceed fleshly comprehension.
That's correct.
With that,
That was official.
We got a question. We got two questions. Zakara said, you want to close it down first? Shut it down first. Yeah.
okay. I hope that everybody is inspired by the words of the Most High. I hope that we will all humble ourselves and turn from our evil ways and walk upright before him. I bid you out the ancient tongue of our Father. Shabbat shalom aleichem.
The question from Zacharias. He said, when does life begin? The reason I'm asking is because I had came across a rabbi teaching on the scripture. Then he said, turn to Exodus chapter 21, verse 22 and 23.
Exodus 21, verse 22 and 23.
Right.
Let's go there.
What the rabbi was teaching and what the people teach say that life begins at the birth. And according to 21, you only pay a fine for a miscarriage. It's not counted murder.
Okay, so notwithstanding, if you continue a day or two, this is the case about if two men were fighting and the man smite his bondman or his bondwoman with a rod and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished for his money. Okay, here we go. 22. If men strive together and hurt a woman with child, so that her fruit depart from her, yet no harm ensue, then he shall surely be fined according as the woman's husband will lay upon him, and he shall pay as the judges determine. But if any harm follow, then thou shalt give life for life. So here's what the harm following is. When you hurt the woman with child, two men fighting, and they hurt the woman that was pregnant, and the baby, she lose the baby, then yes, you shall pay as the judges determine. And there wasn't a set number until the judges going to determine what that is, according to estimation. And there was only an estimation for a set number for shekels for an infant, right? Not an unborn baby, right? So the judges will determine what that payment was going to be. But also, if any harm ensues, the harm to follow is if now the husband get mad and he killed a man that made his wife lose her child,
Right.
right? So now that's life for life now.
That's
That
right.
man got to die.
That's right.
If he take out the eye of the man that hit his wife's belly and she lost the child, now he got to take his eye out.
That's right.
So that's the payment that is made,
Right.
right?
Right.
So this is not giving us a reference as to when life begins.
No,
Because if you want to keep it funky, the sperm is alive.
that's right.
If you want to keep it funky,
That's right.
the egg doesn't until the sperm
It's the egg.
fertilizes the egg,
Right.
the baby starts to form.
That's
Right? That's the beginning of when life starts to begin.
That's
right?
right.
But the spirit is in the sperm already.
That's right.
Ain't that right? The
Right.
spirit is in the DNA.
That's right. God,
So when it fertilizes that egg, that's the beginning. I don't want to hear what a doctor says. I don't want to hear what science says. And I'm not concerned with what the rabbi says unless the rabbi is saying what the book says.
that's right. God told
Right.
Rachel she had two.
He said two manner of nations in her womb.
So they were alive.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do anybody else have any questions? Anybody else have any questions? If you don't have any more questions, then we will shut it down. To be continued till next week.
We continue.
Any more questions? Somebody else got it. Yeshedful got a question in Exodus 12. Was that the only time they were able to eat the lamb without washing the blood out the meat?
They never ate lamb without washing blood out of the meat.
Right.
They never ate lamb. If it was roasted, if the whole thing was roasted whole, then what they did was only cut. And first of all, they would have skinned it. All right. They're not gonna burn it with the hair. They would have skinned it, and then they're gonna wash the blood of the exterior off, and then they're gonna burn the whole lamb strung up like a rotisserie.
Yes.
Right. And then instead of cutting, that's why I say you shall not break a bone thereof.
Right.
Because if you cut it open now, then you're gonna be getting the blood from the. First of all, when they killed, let me start over. When they killed the lamb, they hit the main artery and they took it upside down, held it upside down, pumped the blood out, right? And all of the blood was drained. Then after that, they would skin it, and then they would wash it off, and they kept it whole during the Passover. You can't break a bone thereof, because that whole thing was a whole offering, and you're not supposed to take it apart. So how they would have ate it is shave off pieces of the meat.
Right.
And even in that process, they would have removed the fat before they ate it.
That's right.
They're not going to eat the fat along with it just because it's still attached. Okay? And I don't want to hear nothing about the fat boils out or the fat drips into the fire. I don't want to hear nothing about that, because all of the fat is not going to drip. Everybody cooked the steak here before, right? Everybody's seen a steak, right? You put that steak on the grill, does that fat melt away?
No.
No.
It still be on there. You got to take it off. Don't eat that part.
That's right.
So when you have that whole lamb, you still gonna have fat on there. You don't eat that part. Our fathers only ate the flesh, and there was no blood in it because it was drained out.
Right. You have fat on the outside, you have fat in the inside. That's correct.
We can't add on to it. You know, certain flesh is red, right? Certain meat is red, right? Certain animals have veins, right? And certain animals, the blood runs through the flesh. Ain't that right? So you think they're gonna have the whole lamb up there in the rotisserie and with the blood in the meat, and our fathers ate it after the blood got cooked into it?
No.
Because when you cut the arteries, the blood was drained out.
That's right.
The blood is the life.
Immediate.
It was drained
That's the
out.
first
See,
thing
why you
that-
have a problem today separating the blood from the meat is
Frozen.
because you buying it from the store where it was frozen, or you bought it when it was chopped up and the animal was never drained properly. You see, we can't afford to be playing games with this law, because blood, the consumption of blood is part of devil worship.
That's right.
And so God said you shall eat no manner of blood, but you have to eat blood to make contact with the adversary. So right here, if you're going to stop eating blood, you can't buy meat out the store.
That's right.
You can't even go buy it off a farm that chopped it up that didn't drain out the blood properly.
And the grill don't get the blood out the meat.
No, it
it just
don't.
cooks it in.
That's it.
One more question.
There's no more question.
That's another one.
We were agricultural people. We were people that had flocks and herds. We knew these things and how to remove the blood before we ate of it. If you don't know, and that knowledge is lost from us, and that is evading us, don't eat meat. It's simple.
That's right.
It's simple.
That's
When
right.
in doubt, do without, because you could be sinning.
That's right.
He said, you drew.